Let me ask you this. How does something that starts so beautifully become the source of pain and destruction? Why does evil creep in so silently and settle so deeply? Today we'll uncover 7 ways narcissistic relationships allow darkness to infiltrate and spread, unraveling the true nature of their destruction through the timeless wisdom of Buddhism. We'll navigate this complex terrain, exposing the subtle tactics of narcissists and equipping you with the strength to confront and overcome them. What I'll share isn't just theoretical, it's drawn from real-life experiences and profound reflection. So stay present, listen closely, and don't miss a single step on this journey. Each strategy will reveal a new perspective, a vital lesson to help you protect and reclaim your sense of self. Walk with me to the end of this path where genuine liberation and peace await. Let's begin. Number 1, start with charm and end in ruin. Evil rarely enters your life with a terrifying appearance. It begins subtly, intimately, and irresistibly like the glow of an oil lamp in the darkness in a narcissistic relationship. This is the love bombing phase, a dazzling display of affection, so convincing that you believe you've found true love. But this light is fleeting. It's a flame meant to lure, not to warm your heart. Think back to the last time someone made you feel remarkably special. Perhaps they locked eyes with you, spoke as if they'd known you forever, and showered you with tender messages, surprise gifts, and promises of eternal happiness. One woman recounted how her ex surprised her with a romantic evening complete with a speech declaring her as the most perfect woman he had ever met in that moment. She believed she was everything to him. What she didn't know was that these grand gestures were merely the prologue to a manipulative play, initial charm. No matter how enchanting if driven by an intent to shatter your spirit, and life is evil, masquerading as love, Buddhism reminds us to look beyond appearances and examine the essence of things. Once trust and affection are secured, the narcissist subtly infiltrates your mind. Compliments grow scarce, replaced by veiled criticisms. Are you sure that's the right way to do it? I find your approach a bit odd at first. You might interpret these as constructive feedback. Over time you realize you are changing, not to grow, but to meet their expectations. One man recalled how his girlfriend constantly questioned his love, even hours after a romantic date. Initially, her inquiries felt like a need for reassurance, but they soon became demands to continually prove his affection, leaving him disconnected from what love truly meant. Epictetus wisely observed, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters in such a relationship." The critical factor isn't just what they say or do, but how you allow it to affect you. Unaware of the manipulation, you may unconsciously cede control over your life bit by bit. The collapse doesn't happen instantly. It's like a small crack in glass spreading until the entire surface shatters. Narcissists gradually consume your time, energy, and eventually your freedom. Acts of love morph into demands for control, criticisms, and endless conflicts. A woman once shared how she gave up a promising career because her husband convinced her that family is more important, but once she became fully dependent on him, she found herself needing his permission for even the smallest things like buying a cup of coffee. A famous Buddhist monk warned, "He suffers more than necessary who suffers before it is necessary." Fear of losing the relationship, guilt, and the urge to meet their expectations force you to endure unnecessary pain. Slowly, you forget your dreams, values, and joys. What began as a subtle pinprick of evil has grown into a towering oak, its roots tightly gripping your life. Buddhism emphasizes the importance of seeing yourself clearly and honestly. When faced with such a relationship, ask yourself, am I truly receiving something good? Or is this taking more from me than it gives? A narcissistic relationship doesn't just destroy love. It consumes your work, friendships, finances, and every corner of your life. But a famous Buddhist monk reminds us the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By fortifying your mind, understanding your worth, and rejecting manipulation, you can escape this evil and rebuild your life. Remember, no love is worth more than your inner freedom and peace. Number 2, target empathic and agreeable people in the realm of relationships, especially those involving narcissists. Their lies are harsh but undeniable truth. They gravitate toward empathetic and accommodating individuals. These people, often with generous hearts, are willing to prioritize others' needs over their own. Yet this unconditional kindness makes them ideal targets for manipulation and control. Empathy viewed through the Stoic lens is more than just understanding others' emotions. It is a rational practice of discerning what is truly good versus what merely appears so. Empathy isn't blind compassion that diminishes self-worth, but the ability to acknowledge another's pain while maintaining clarity of mind. Unfortunately, in reality, empathy is often misconstrued as unconditional surrender, a habit of putting others first without considering whether it's justified. When empathy falls into the hands of the undeserving, it ceases to be a virtue and becomes a vulnerability. Buddhism reminds us that every action, even those born of kindness, must be guided by wisdom and awareness. Empathy transforms from a guiding light into a shadow that obscures our resolve, paving the way for manipulation and harm. Narcissists are quick to recognize this to them. Empathetic individuals are like gold mines, people not only willing to endure, but feeling obligated to heal them. Imagine meeting someone new, charming and self-assured, who shares tales of deep personal wounds. Their words awaken your compassion, convincing you that you are uniquely equipped to help them heal over time. However, you realize these stories were not heartfelt confessions, but tools of manipulation. They do not seek healing. They crave control. You find yourself bearing their emotional burdens, their demands growing incessantly, leaving you drained and weary. A famous Buddhist monk once wrote, "He who is brave is free." But in such relationships, mustering the courage to set boundaries is no small feat for empathetic individuals. Patience and tolerance often masquerade as virtues. They sacrifice believing their concessions preserve harmony. Yet have you ever paused to ask, are these efforts truly building a relationship or merely fostering one-sided sacrifice that leads to loss? One story I recall is of a woman celebrated for her selflessness. She entered a relationship with a narcissist who initially lavished her with praise, making her feel indispensable, but soon the flattery turned into relentless demands. "If you truly love me, you'll do this for me," he would say. Each refusal was met with guilt-laden reproach, forcing her to relent. Her kindness, instead of being cherished, became a trap that stole her freedom and happiness. When you recognize your empathy is being exploited, it's vital to pause and ask yourself, is this sacrifice truly worth it? Am I losing myself to maintain this relationship? A key Stoic exercise involves distinguishing between what we can control and what we cannot. When dealing with a narcissist, you cannot change them, but you can set clear boundaries for yourself. This can be daunting, especially when you fear that standing firm may jeopardize the relationship. Yet consider this is a relationship worth preserving if it is destroying you. One young man's story offers a powerful example. He found himself entangled in a relationship with a narcissistic friend, believing it was his duty to save her from her struggles. But when he decided to establish boundaries, refusing to answer messages immediately or engaging in trivial arguments, her anger revealed her frustration at losing control over him. That decision not only freed him from a toxic relationship, but also brought him peace and autonomy. Empathy is not a flaw, but when unchecked, it becomes a tool for exploitation. Buddhism teaches that freedom comes not from pleasing others, but from living true to one's values. If you are an empathetic person, remember that your kindness is a precious gift, one that must be given selectively. Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is by disregarding things that lie beyond our control in relationships with narcissists. Only by setting boundaries can you truly safeguard your inner strength and preserve your sense of self. Number 3, test the waters and take control after exploiting your empathy and willingness to compromise to establish initial control. Narcissists don't stop there. They escalate to a more sophisticated tactic, testing your limits. This is the phase where they begin to assess how much you are willing to endure, sacrifice, and tolerate to maintain the relationship. Subtle acts seemingly harmless, like light criticism or temporary emotional withdrawal, quickly escalate into larger manipulations where threats and control take center stage. At this point, it's no longer about holding your emotions hostage. It's about pushing you into a spiral where they dominate, and you find yourself proving your worth by clinging to a relationship that's no longer balanced when you beg them to stay. Even apologizing for things you didn't do wrong, you unknowingly hand them a powerful tool, the ability to control you. You become part of a manipulation cycle, reduced to being the keeper of the relationship, sacrificing yourself to prevent its collapse. Buddhism reminds us that the only thing truly within our control is ourselves. How we respond to threats and manipulation determines whether we become victims or remain steadfast. Yet navigating these situations is far from easy. Narcissists excel at creating a sense of crisis and anxiety, making you fear losing the rare moments of goodness. In the relationship, though, these moments are fleeting. You're clinging to them as if they were a lifeline, unaware that this very attachment is what binds you. Imagine yourself in such a relationship after a minor argument. Your partner threatens to leave, claiming they're exhausted and want to end things panicked. You try to soothe them, even blaming yourself for trivial matters. You beg them to stay, believing it's the only way to save the relationship. They return acting loving and kind for a few days before the cycle starts again. This isn't just manipulation. It's a constant test of your limits. How much will you endure to keep them? How far will you go to make sacrifices? But do you really need to? A famous Buddhist monk once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This wisdom underscores that your worth isn't defined by others. Someone who regularly threatens to leave doesn't deserve your effort. They don't respect you or provide the safety and peace your soul needs. So why? Hold on. A woman once shared that her husband frequently used the threat of divorce to control her. Whenever she didn't comply with his wishes, he'd claim he couldn't take it anymore and would leave out of fear. She would apologize and agree to his demands, even when they were unfair. Each time she unknowingly handed him more power to manipulate her emotions and behavior. One day, however, she came across Epictetus' words, "No man is free who is not master of himself." This inspired her to realize that true freedom comes from rejecting things beyond her control, including her husband's relentless threats. If you find yourself in a similar situation, ask yourself, are you living your own life, or are you a puppet in someone else's hands? A genuine relationship doesn't require begging, nor does it keep you trapped in fear of abandonment. Reflect on what's true and what's right. Buddhism doesn't advocate confrontation or revenge, but urges us to maintain inner peace and freedom. If someone wants to leave, let them. Your refusal to clinging sends a powerful message. You are not ruled by fear or manipulation. You deserve a relationship built on respect and tranquility, not an endless loop of threats and apologies. Remember, while you can't control others' actions, you can always control your response in that. Control lies your freedom. If this resonates with you, leave a comment saying, "Let the unworthy leave." It's not just a reminder, but a declaration of your freedom and self-respect. When you are ready, join me in the next lesson, where we'll explore how to preserve your inner value in any circumstance. Number 4, use gaslighting and emotional abuse in a narcissistic relationship. Gaslighting isn't just a manipulative tactic. It's a quiet manifestation of evil that seeps in, dismantling psychological and emotional foundations like a creeping fog. It gradually engulfs you, leaving you disoriented, doubting yourself, and mistrusting your own perceptions. This is a form of destruction that requires no violence, no threats, yet it devastates from within. Imagine entering a conversation where you try to express how hurt you felt by someone's words. Instead of empathy, you are met with denial. "I never said that," or worse, "You are always overreacting." Over time, these repeated denials make you question yourself. Did I misremember? Am I really overreacting? That's gaslighting. It distorts your reality and makes you question your identity, your worth, and even your sanity. Buddhism has long recognized such strategies. Epictetus said men are disturbed not by things, but by the views they take of them. What happens to you, whether words or actions, only harms you if you allow it to invade your mind. Gaslighting is this insidious invasion, turning lies into truths in your mind and convincing you that you are small, flawed, and unworthy. In the chaos gaslighting creates, remind yourself that while you cannot control others' actions or words, you can control your response. Protecting yourself begins with fortifying your mind and staying rational amidst the confusion. Gaslighting isn't confined to romantic or familial relationships. It can happen in the workplace, where a boss denies their mistakes and blames employees, or where a colleague makes you feel you are always forgetting or messing up. Such situations erode self-esteem, productivity, and team morale. Buddhism teaches that in these moments, holding on to the truth is paramount. Document events, keep a journal, or confide in trusted friends to ground yourself. In reality, the truth is your strongest weapon against gaslighting. Ask yourself, do I frequently doubt myself after arguments? Is someone in my life dismissing my feelings, making me feel unreliable? Am I trapped in a cycle of chaos where reality seems elusive? If the answer is yes, you may be experiencing gaslighting. You are not alone, and more importantly, you can fight back. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Gaslighting exploits your imagination, magnifying pain and transforming lies into invisible prisons, but you have the power to break free. Escaping gaslighting is a challenging journey, requiring patience and courage to confront what once seemed insurmountable. Trust your intuition and emotions. They are the small flames, illuminating the truth. Even when you feel lost, reason is your most reliable ally. Listen to it, not the manipulative voices surrounding you. Reclaim your reality through deliberate actions. Write down your experiences, every word, every event. These records are tangible proof, a map guiding you out of the maze of self-doubt. When the truth takes shape in writing, it not only affirms your reality, but empowers you to stand firm. Don't hesitate to seek support from trusted friends, family, or mental health professionals. Their perspective can act as a mirror reflecting the truth and helping you regain balance when things feel unclear. Opening up is not a sign of weakness, but a courageous act affirming your right to clarity and truth. Each step forward pulls you out of the shadows, allowing you to rediscover your inherent strength and worth. Gaslighting is cruel, but Buddhism reminds us that no matter the circumstances, our inner strength is an unwavering light. A famous Buddhist monk said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Stop arguing. Stop doubting and step out of the whirlwind created by narcissists. Instead, take action. Arm yourself with reason, confidence, and the inner power that has always been yours. In doing so, you'll reclaim yourself. Clear-minded, resilient, and free." Number 5, create trauma bonds and cycle of up and down gaslighting and emotional abuse. Don't just blur the line between reality and illusion. They create a profound sense of insecurity in the victim's mind. Yet these manipulative behaviors are rarely the end game. They're often stepping stones to a bigger trap dependency. When victims begin doubting themselves and feeling disoriented, narcissists skillfully construct a cycle of love and hurt, a bittersweet emotional loop designed to bind and completely control their target. At this peak of manipulation, the victim not only loses a sense of autonomy, but also becomes a prisoner in a painful relationship they cannot escape. Imagine a relationship that starts with honeyed words, soaring compliments that make you feel like the most extraordinary person in the world, but soon things shift. The warmth fades, replaced by coldness, criticism, and unpredictable outbursts of anger. Confused, you search within yourself. Did I do something wrong? Should I try harder? Hope and fear intertwine, pulling you deeper into a whirlpool of trying to please your partner while depleting yourself. This trap is powerful because you believe that with just a little more effort, you can restore the love you once received. Living in this cycle of love and hurt doesn't just strip away control over your life. It erodes your self-esteem. You trade time, energy, and dreams for something that no longer truly exists. The impact of this cycle extends far beyond the present. For those raised by narcissistic parents, the loop of love and hurt begins early. They grow up in an environment where love comes with conditions and criticism seems endless as a child. You may be haunted by the question, why am I never good enough to be loved unconditionally? These children carry toxic inner voices into adulthood, perpetually doubting their worth. I once knew a friend, a talented artist, who spent her youth striving to please her narcissistic father. She sacrificed her artistic dreams for a single word of approval. Instead of validation, she received relentless criticism. Over time, she began doubting her abilities, fearing failure, and retreating into her comfort zone. She stands as a living testament to the long-lasting pain of the love and hurt cycle, a legacy of suffering that can endure a lifetime. This cycle doesn't only manifest in families or romantic relationships, but also in the workplace. Picture a narcissistic boss who initially praises you for your outstanding performance, making you feel valued. Soon after, they nitpick minor mistakes, leaving you feeling inadequate. You work tirelessly, hoping your efforts will earn recognition. You are rewarded with sleepless nights, ruined vacations, and an inescapable sense of exhaustion. In such situations, the solution isn't to change the other person, but to reclaim your power by controlling your thoughts and reactions. So how do you break free from this painful cycle? The first step is awareness. Face the reality that the cycle of love and hurt is not your fault. It's a tool of manipulation. Ask yourself, what am I sacrificing to please them? Why do I crave their approval so much? These questions help lift the veil and reveal the true nature of the issue. The second step is setting boundaries. Learn to say no when necessary. Remember, as Epictetus wisely said, freedom is the right to live as we wish. Freedom isn't something you ask for, it's something you claim for yourself. You don't need to hold on to people who don't bring genuine value to your life ultimately. Breaking free from the cycle of love and hurt isn't just about cutting ties with toxic relationships. It's about rebuilding the relationship with yourself, a connection you may have neglected during your time of entrapment. Start with small, meaningful steps. Take a quiet walk to listen to your inner voice. Write down your buried emotions in a journal or spend an evening doing something you love. Free from the need to seek permission or please anyone. Remember, true freedom doesn't lie in escaping someone else's control, but in ceasing to seek validation from the outside when you live authentically aligned with your own values. You don't just free yourself from past constraints. You craft a life where freedom and happiness become tangible realities, not distant aspirations. Number 6, steal your time and freedom. In a narcissistic relationship, one of the cruelest challenges you may face is the theft of your time and freedom. Time, our most precious resource, can never be reclaimed freedom. A sacred gift of the soul is gradually suffocated under the weight of control and manipulation. For Stoic, this loss is among the greatest one can endure because time and freedom are not just rights. They are personal responsibilities that define our lives. At first, a narcissist enters your life with an enchanting allure, making you feel like the center of their universe. You believe you found someone who truly understands you, but gradually they begin to bind you. They demand your constant presence, not out of love, but to affirm their dominance. When you spend time on yourself or with others, they make you feel guilty, as if you are betraying them. You find yourself trapped in an exhausting cycle, striving to meet their expectations, yet never succeeding. Days slip by, and you lose track of how much of your life you've sacrificed to something that was never yours to begin with. Buddhism underscores the irreplaceable nature of time. As a famous Buddhist monk wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." This truth serves as a wake-up call. Life isn't inherently short. It's often wasted on unworthy pursuits. In a narcissistic relationship, you are not only forced to squander time, but are also stripped of the chance to live authentically. You lose the freedom to choose joy and meaning, becoming ensnared in a cycle of control and dependence. Consider a young woman brimming with enthusiasm and a passion for life's new experiences. She dreams of joining a yoga class to improve her health and find inner balance, but her narcissistic partner ridicules the idea, calling it pointless and a waste of time. Initially, she tries to explain her aspirations, hoping for support. Over time, his repeated criticism and disdain make her feel small. She abandons not only yoga, but other simple joys. Gradually, her life becomes defined by his opinions. She no longer lives for herself, but for his satisfaction while her spirit withers. Narcissists steal your time and freedom by imposing their judgments and beliefs on you. They make you doubt your choices, labeling them as worthless or foolish. Slowly, you relinquish your autonomy to avoid unnecessary conflict. In doing so, you lose not only precious time, but also the spiritual freedom to live authentically. Buddhism teaches that true freedom arises from mastering your mind and resisting external control. Surrendering that freedom allows others to manipulate your time and values entirely. Breaking free from this control isn't easy, but it's worth the effort. The first step is recognizing that you deserve a life where you own your time. Ask yourself, am I living my life or merely fulfilling someone else's expectations? This simple yet powerful question can transform your world. Setting boundaries may provoke resistance from the narcissist, but remember, their emotions are not your responsibility. Imagine a day dedicated to yourself, pursuing what you love, cherishing the company of those who matter, or simply enjoying quiet moments of peace. These are the moments a narcissist fears most because they symbolize freedom beyond their grasp. But you deserve these moments. You deserve a life where your time and freedom are entirely yours, untouched by anyone else. Number 7, ruin everything around you. What makes a narcissistic relationship so dangerous isn't just the personal manipulation, but the ripple effect it creates, spreading into every aspect of your life, from cherished dreams to close relationships, and even your own sense of self. Everything risks being destroyed. This isn't mere brokenness. It's a cycle of devastation where everything that once made you feel whole is eroded and replaced by emptiness, and here lies the ultimate lesson. The destruction doesn't stop with you. It extends outward, leaving consequences that might take years to realize how much has been lost. It often begins with seemingly harmless words disguised as care or protection. They tell you your friends don't truly understand you, that your family imposes unfair expectations or lacks respect for you. You listen, allowing these ideas to take root and gradually isolate yourself from your closest relationships. At first, you think it's out of love, out of their concern. But when you look back, you find yourself alone, detached and adrift. Those who were once your emotional anchors are now distant, pushed out of your life. And then comes the painful question, how did I let it go this far? One of the most common ways narcissists destroy you is by stifling your personal growth. Perhaps you once dreamed of building a career, pursuing passions, or simply improving yourself daily, but they find ways to hold you back. They tell you that you are too ambitious, that you should focus more on the relationship, that your dreams are unrealistic. Out of a desire to maintain the connection, you start declining opportunities, abandoning lofty goals. One day you wake up to find your life dimmed. The career you once prided yourself on has faded. The future you once envisioned is now just scattered fragments. Epictetus warned us, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Sometimes the right path is the one. You must walk alone, ignoring the judgment of others. But a narcissist makes you doubt yourself, convincing you that all effort is pointless without their validation. They rob you of your inner strength, replacing it with a sense of helplessness and failure. The most heartbreaking reality is that this destruction doesn't just affect you. It ripples outward like a toxic vortex, touching everything and everyone you hold dear. If you have children, they witness the cracks in the relationship, absorbing the unspoken tension and carrying those wounds into their own lives. Family, friends, colleagues, those who once formed your support system are drawn into the chaos, becoming indirect victims of the narcissistic relationship. Narcissists plant seeds of fear in your mind, fear of lacking love, safety, or acceptance. But in truth, everything you need to live a fulfilling life already resides within you. You only need the courage to see it and trust in yourself. Buddhism not only helps us understand this destruction, but also illuminates the path to rebirth from its ruins. Practice negative visualization. Imagine losing everything, and yet even in that emptiness, recognize that you will still exist when you no longer fear loss or depend on external validation. You reclaim your inner strength and the power to rebuild a sturdier, more meaningful life. So what about you? What have you lost? Trying to please someone who didn't deserve it? Have you let them take your time, your freedom, and the meaning you once held so tightly? Guard what you hold dear before it's swept away. The darkness of narcissistic relationships will never cease unless you are strong enough to say no. But don't be afraid for the strength to resist. It is already within you. All you need is to look deep into yourself and trust that no matter how much crumbles around you, you can always rebuild. We've just explored 7 ways darkness infiltrates and spreads in narcissistic relationships, each offering profound lessons on the nature of manipulation and the inner strength needed to overcome it. But let's not forget, Buddhism reminds us that every challenge, no matter how harsh, holds the potential for peace and renewal. Let the difficulties you face become stepping stones for growth, not barriers that hold you back. If you found this video insightful, but haven't hit the like button yet, take a moment to do so now. Most people don't realize it, but their lives are being stolen, not by fate, not by circumstance, but by their own lack of control. Everyday distractions pull them away from what truly matters. Their energy is drained by meaningless pursuits. Their time is wasted on things that bring no real value, and their minds are consumed by noise instead of clarity. They react instead of leading. They hesitate instead of acting. They exist instead of mastering their lives. But the Buddhists knew that true power, the kind that lasts, the kind that transforms, is built in silence through discipline, and with an unyielding focus on the essentials. A famous Buddhist monk warned, you could be good today, but instead you choose tomorrow. The greatest mistake people make is assuming they have time to waste. They believe they can put off mastery, that they can let distractions rule them for just a little longer, that they can postpone, taking full control of their attention, their habits, and their purpose. But those who live by Stoic principles know that tomorrow is never guaranteed. Only this moment is within your control. This episode is not just about theory, it's about execution. We are breaking down 10 Stoic principles that will help you master your focus, discipline your mind, and move towards silent success, the kind that doesn't seek applause, the kind that speaks for itself. If you are ready to stop being passive in your own life and start taking full command of it, these lessons will show you how. Let's begin with the first key. Don't let the noise steal your life. How to take control of your attention. Your mind is under attack. Every moment of the day, distractions compete for your attention. Social media feeds designed to keep you scrolling, notifications engineered to interrupt your focus, and an endless stream of opinions that drown out your own thoughts, and most people, without realizing it, surrender. They wake up and immediately check their phones, filling their heads with information before they've even had a chance to think for themselves. They go through the day reacting instead of acting, consumed by external noise instead of inner clarity. But Stoic does not allow outside forces to dictate their mental state. They understand that what you give your attention to, you give your life to. A famous Buddhist monk warned, "You must reclaim yourself at once. The time you are given is short." Every moment spent on distractions is a moment stolen from your growth, your goals, your mastery. And yet most people live as if their focus is unlimited, as if they can afford to waste time on things that do not serve them. But the difference between those who lead and those who follow, between those who succeed and those who struggle, comes down to one thing: who controls their attention. Think about the last time you sat in silence without reaching for a device, without seeking stimulation, without feeling the need to consume. Most people can't do it. They have trained themselves to crave distraction, to avoid stillness, to let their minds be filled by whatever external forces demand their focus. But Buddha reminds us, if you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters. In other words, not everything deserves your attention. The strongest minds are not those who know the most trivial information. They are those who filter out the noise and focus only on what truly matters. To reclaim control, you must first decide what deserves your attention. Not all information is valuable. Not all debates are worth engaging in, and not all distractions are harmless. Every time you engage with something meaningless, you weaken your ability to focus on what is meaningful. Before reacting, before checking, before scrolling, ask yourself, does this add value to my life? If the answer is no, walk away. Next, train yourself to embrace stillness. People avoid silence because they fear their own thoughts, but silence is where clarity is found. A famous Buddhist monk warned, "He who is everywhere is nowhere." If your mind is always occupied by external distractions, you will never know yourself. And if you do not know yourself, you cannot master yourself. Start small. 5 minutes of quiet in the morning, a daily walk without distractions, an hour dedicated to deep work where nothing interrupts you. The more you train yourself to focus, the stronger your mind becomes. And finally, guard your energy as fiercely as you guard your time. Attention is life force. Every moment spent on things that weaken you, pointless arguments, mindless entertainment, excessive consumption, is a moment you will never get back. A famous Buddhist monk reminds us, the things you think about determine the quality of your mind. If you want a strong mind, protect it. If you want discipline, build it through focus. If you want control, stop giving your attention away to those who seek to manipulate it. A distracted mind leads to a distracted life. A focused mind builds an unshakable one. Choose wisely. 2. Take control of your life before others control it. If you do not take full command of your own life, someone else will. Most people go through life passively reacting to circumstances rather than shaping them, waiting for permission instead of taking action. They let society, family, employers, and even random strangers dictate what they should do, how they should think, and who they should become. But the Buddhists understood that true freedom is not doing whatever you want, it is having the power to do what you must. A famous Buddhist monk warned against living without direction, writing, "Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about others unless it is for some mutual benefit." And yet most people waste their days worrying about what others expect of them, following paths they never truly chose, stuck in patterns of thought and behavior that serve everyone but themselves. If you do not actively take charge of your mind, your emotions, and your habits, you will always be at the mercy of external forces. Think about how much of your life has been shaped by obligations you never questioned. Maybe you pursued a career because it was expected of you. Maybe you kept quiet about your real desires because you feared disappointing others. Maybe you've let distractions, temptations, or societal pressures pull you away from what truly matters to you. But the reality is no one will ever hand you control of your life. You must seize it yourself before it's too late. Stoic does not live in reaction mode. They do not wait for circumstances to align perfectly. They do not let others dictate their choices. Instead, they act with deliberate intention. They recognize that no one, not family, not society, not fate, has as much control over their future as they do. Buddha made this clear when he said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." You are not free if your emotions control you. You are not free if your habits are dictated by external pressures. You are not free if your time is owned by the expectations of others. Taking back control starts with owning your decisions. No more excuses, no more blaming circumstances, other people, or bad luck. Every choice you make, from how you spend your time to how you react to challenges, is within your power. If you are not where you want to be, change something. If you don't like your habits, break them. If you know something needs to be done, do it now, not later. A famous Buddhist monk warned, while we waste our time hesitating and postponing, life is slipping away. Waiting will not make you stronger. Action will. Another key to self-mastery is developing unshakable discipline. Most people let their emotions dictate their actions. They wait for motivation to strike before they take action. They procrastinate because things feel difficult. But motivation is unreliable. The Stoic operates differently. They do what must be done, whether they feel like it or not. They wake up early. They train their minds. They execute their plans because they understand that discipline is freedom. When you control your habits, you control your future. Finally, stop seeking external permission to be yourself. No one will ever fully approve of your choices. No one will give you a roadmap for the life you truly want. You must be the one who decides. You must trust yourself enough to lead your own life instead of following someone else's script. If you do not take control, the world will do it for you. Your time, your focus, your very identity will be shaped by forces outside of your control. But the moment you decide, truly decide, that your life is yours, everything changes. You step out of the passenger seat and into the driver's seat. You stop reacting and start leading. You take ownership of your actions, your mindset, and your path. And that is what separates those who drift through life from those who master it. 3. Discipline and sacrifice. Why? Success never comes without a price. Everyone wants success, but few are willing to pay the price. They want the results, but not the discipline. They want the rewards, but not the sacrifice. They admire the strength of others, but refuse to endure the training required to build their own. But the Buddhists knew that nothing worthwhile comes easily. Every great achievement, whether in personal growth, business, or mastery of the mind, demands discipline, effort, and the willingness to suffer in the short term for something greater in the long term. A famous Buddhist monk put it clearly: the path to greatness is steep. Most people turn away when they see the difficulty ahead. They look for shortcuts, easy wins, or ways to get what they want without putting in the effort. But the reality is, comfort is the greatest enemy of success. If you always choose what is easy, you will never be strong. If you avoid discomfort, you will never grow. If you refuse to sacrifice, you will never achieve anything meaningful. Think about the greatest individuals in history. None of them arrived at success by accident. They endured pain, rejection, failure, and hardship. They sacrificed short-term pleasures for long-term success. They did what others were unwilling to do, and that is why they stood above the rest. Epictetus said, "Difficulties are things that show what men are." The way you respond to hardship determines who you become. If you avoid struggle, you stay weak. If you embrace it, you forge yourself into something stronger. But discipline is not just about hard work. It is about consistency. Many people can be disciplined for a day, a week, or even a month. But true mastery comes from doing the right thing every day, even when motivation fades, even when no one is watching. A famous Buddhist monk reminded himself at dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, "I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain about if I'm going to do what I was born for?" Stoic does not wait for motivation. They act because it is their duty to act. So how do you develop this level of discipline? The first step is learning to say no to comfort. Every day you face choices between what is easy and what is necessary, the temptation to sleep in instead of train, the urge to procrastinate instead of work, the pull toward distraction instead of deep focus. But every time you choose discomfort over ease, you strengthen your will. You become someone who does what is necessary, not just what feels good in the moment. The second key is embracing sacrifice as a necessity, not a burden. People avoid sacrifice because they see it as loss, but in reality, every sacrifice is an investment. The time you give up now for learning, training, and improvement will pay back tenfold in the future. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "He who is everywhere is nowhere. If you want true success, you must focus." That means cutting out distractions, letting go of useless activities, and dedicating yourself fully to what matters. The third step is building an unbreakable mindset. Most people quit when things get hard, but a Stoic does not break under pressure. They become sharper. Instead of seeing obstacles as barriers, they see them as tests, challenges that strengthen them, refine them, and prepare them for greater things. A famous Buddhist monk reminded himself, "What stands in the way becomes the way." The struggle is the path. Success never comes without sacrifice. Discipline is the foundation of everything. Without it, nothing great is possible. The question is not whether you are capable of achieving more. The question is whether you are willing to endure what it takes. The choice is yours: comfort or greatness, ease or mastery, regret or success. 4. Manage your time like a master. Time is the one resource you can never earn back. You can regain lost money, repair broken relationships, and rebuild your strength. But once a moment is gone, it is gone forever. Yet most people treat time as if it is infinite, wasting it on distractions, meaningless obligations, and things that add no value to their lives. They scroll endlessly, engage in pointless debates, and procrastinate on what truly matters. But the Buddhists understood that how you use your time determines the quality of your life. A famous Buddhist monk warned, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Most people do not realize they are running out of time until it is too late. They assume they can always start tomorrow, that they will have more time later, but life does not wait. Every hour wasted is an hour that will never return. The Stoic does not live in illusion. They recognize that every minute is an opportunity to grow, to improve, to build something meaningful. Think about how most people spend their days. They wake up, immediately check their phones, and lose an hour before they've even begun their day. They allow interruptions to dictate their schedule, jumping from one distraction to another. And by the end of the day, they wonder why they feel exhausted, yet unproductive. But a famous Buddhist monk reminded himself, "Do not act as if you have 1,000 years to live. The time to take control is now." Mastering your time starts with ruthlessly eliminating the unnecessary. Most of what fills your day does not actually matter. Useless meetings, mindless entertainment, worrying about things outside of your control. These are all thieves of time. Before you engage in anything, ask yourself, does this bring me closer to my goals? Is this truly necessary? If not, cut it out. The Buddhists were not just disciplined in thought, but in action. They focused only on what truly mattered. Structure. Your days with intention time should not be spent reactively responding to whatever happens. It should be planned. A Stoic does not drift through the day hoping to be productive. They create a system that ensures it. Epictetus taught progress is not achieved by chance, but by training every morning. Decide what are the 3 most important things I must accomplish today. Prioritize these above all else. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't is not intelligence. It is how they manage their time. Another key to time mastery is protecting deep focus. Most people spend their days in shallow work, constantly distracted, never truly engaging in anything meaningful. But great achievements require undivided attention when working on something important. Remove all distractions, turn off notifications, block out time for deep work, and commit fully. A famous Buddhist monk said, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." If you constantly switch from task to task, you achieve nothing of real value. Finally, treat time as your most valuable possession. If someone tried to steal your money, you would fight back. But when people steal your time through distractions, obligations, or meaningless pursuits, you give it away freely. A famous Buddhist monk reminded himself, "Concentrate every minute like a Roman, doing what's in front of you with precise and genuine seriousness. Every moment counts, every decision matters. When you take control of your time, you take control of your life. Time is slipping away. The question is, are you using it wisely or letting it be stolen? The choice is yours. 5. Don't chase success. Fall in love with the process. Most people make the mistake of thinking that success is a destination, something to be achieved, a point at which they can finally feel fulfilled. They chase wealth, recognition, and status, believing that once they reach a certain level, they will be happy. But the Buddhists understood a deeper truth. Success is not a moment. It is a mindset, a way of living, a process that never ends. If you focus only on the end goal, you will never be satisfied. But if you learn to love the process, the daily effort, the discipline, the grind, then success will come as a natural result. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "Do not waste what remains of your life in chasing dreams of the future, but instead attend to the present." So many people postpone happiness, telling themselves that once they reach a certain level of achievement, then they will finally be at peace. But what happens when they get there? They immediately set another goal, pushing their happiness further into the future. They are never here, never fully present in the journey, always chasing something ahead. But the Stoic doesn't live like this. They understand that the journey itself is where meaning is found. Think about the people who achieve great things: athletes, artists, philosophers, entrepreneurs. The ones who endure, the ones who reach the highest levels, are not those who obsessed over the finish line. They are the ones who fell in love with the process. The runner who trains every morning, rain or shine. The writer who sits down to create not for fame, but because they love the craft. The Stoic who pursues wisdom, not for recognition, but because it is who they are. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." Mastery requires embracing the struggle, the practice, the discipline without needing immediate rewards. But why do so many people fail at this? The first reason is impatience. People want quick results, immediate recognition, fast success. When they don't see progress, immediately they get discouraged and quit. But a famous Buddhist monk warned, "He who is in a hurry delays the things he seeks." Greatness is not built in days. It is built in years and decades, in a lifetime of dedication. The Stoic does not rush. They trust the process, knowing that every small step forward is part of something greater. The second reason is attachment to outcomes. Most people tie their self-worth to results. If they succeed, they feel good. If they fail, they feel worthless. But the Stoic understands that the only thing within their control is the effort they put in. A famous Buddhist monk reminded himself, "Do what is necessary and let the outcome be what it will." True mastery comes when you can work relentlessly towards something without obsessing over whether you will win or lose. Because in the end, the only thing that matters is who you become through the process. So how do you train yourself to love the process instead of chasing outcomes? The first step is reframing success. Instead of asking, "When will I reach my goal?" start asking, "Did I show up today? Did I push myself today? Did I stay disciplined?" Success is not about hitting a target. It is about who you are every single day. The second step is embracing the struggle as part of the journey. Most people view obstacles as problems, as things that slow them down, but the Buddhists saw things differently. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." Every challenge, every failure, every setback is not blocking your path. It is the path. The struggle is what makes you stronger. And finally, detach from external rewards. Stop working only for praise, for status, for recognition. Do the work because it makes you better. Train yourself to enjoy the act of learning, improving, and growing. When you stop needing outside validation, you become unstoppable because nothing can shake you from your path. Chase success, and you may never catch it, but commit to the process and success will find you. The difference between those who quit and those who master their craft is simple. One waited for results. The other showed up every day, no matter what. Smart solitude, how to build inner strength away from the noise. Most people fear solitude. They associate it with loneliness, with isolation, with being disconnected from the world. But the Stoics saw it differently to them. Solitude was not about escaping people. It was about returning to yourself. It was a space for reflection, for clarity, for sharpening the mind. In a world filled with distractions, noise, and constant demands on your attention, solitude is not a weakness. It is a weapon. A famous Buddhist monk understood this deeply when he wrote, "Nowhere can a man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." The strongest people are not those who are constantly surrounded by others, constantly entertained, constantly distracted. The strongest people are those who can sit alone in silence and not feel empty. They do not need validation. They do not fear stillness. They use solitude as a tool to think, to plan, to develop unshakable inner strength. But most people avoid solitude because they are afraid of what they might find. When they are alone without distractions, without entertainment, without noise, they are forced to face themselves, their thoughts, their fears, their insecurities. And for many, this is uncomfortable, so they drown it out with endless scrolling, with pointless conversations, with anything that keeps them from being alone with their own mind. But a Stoic does not run from discomfort. They lean into it. Epictetus warned, "You are a slave to whatever you cannot part with. If you cannot sit with yourself, you are not free." Solitude, when used wisely, is a source of power. It allows you to hear your own thoughts instead of being influenced by the noise of the world. It gives you the space to reflect on your values, to ensure you are living according to your principles, not just following the crowd. It strengthens your ability to be independent, to make decisions based on your wisdom, rather than being swayed by external pressure. That there is a difference between productive solitude and unhealthy isolation. The Buddhists did not advocate withdrawing from society completely. They believed in contributing to the world, in taking action, and engaging with others in meaningful ways. But they also understood that constant social engagement with time for reflection weakens the mind. A famous Buddhist monk balanced both when he wrote, "Men seek retreats for themselves in the country, by the sea, and the mountains. But nowhere can a man find a retreat more peaceful than in his own soul." The goal is not to run away from life. It is to create space within it for deep thought and self-mastery. So how do you cultivate smart solitude? It starts with intentional disconnection. Most people never experience true solitude because they are always connected to their phones, to social media, to endless notifications. But if you never step away from the noise, you will never hear your own thoughts clearly. Set time each day to disconnect. Even a few minutes of undisturbed silence can sharpen your focus. Next, use solitude for deep thinking, not passive consumption. Many people confuse being alone with being productive. But if you spend your solitude mindlessly scrolling or numbing yourself with distractions, you are not actually alone with your thoughts. Stoic uses solitude to read, to write, to reflect, to train the mind. Instead of filling the silence, use it to strengthen yourself. And finally, learn to enjoy your own company. If you cannot be at peace when you are alone, it is not because solitude is the problem. It is because there is work to be done within. The ability to sit in stillness and feel fulfilled rather than restless is a sign of inner mastery. The greatest minds in history, philosophers, warriors, leaders, understood this. They trained themselves not to fear solitude, but to seek it when needed. The world will always be loud, but those who control their time, their focus, their mind, they will always seek the quiet, because in the silence they are not lost. They are stronger. 7. The power of strategic indifference. Why ignoring certain things will make you stronger. Not everything deserves your energy. Not every argument needs a response. Not every problem is yours to solve. Most people spend their days wasting mental and emotional energy on things that do not serve them. Pointless debates, toxic people, unnecessary drama. But the Buddhists knew that true strength comes from knowing what to ignore. A famous Buddhist monk understood this well when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." Most of what disturbs people is not reality itself, but their reaction to it. A stranger's insult ruins their mood for the entire day. A minor inconvenience turns into unnecessary stress. But Stoic does not give power to these things. They practice strategic indifference, choosing with precision what is worthy of their attention and what is not. Think about how much energy people waste on things beyond their control. They get angry about social media arguments. They obsess over gossip. They react emotionally to every small inconvenience. But Buddha reminds us, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. No one can control you unless you allow them to. No event can disturb your peace unless you let it. Strategic indifference is not about apathy. It's not about withdrawing from life or ignoring real responsibilities. It's about choosing your battles wisely. The Buddhists believed in focusing only on what was within their power, their thoughts, their actions, their character. Everything else they let it go. To develop this strength, you must first identify what is truly important. Most things that upset you do not matter in the long run. A rude comment, forgotten in days, a bad day at work, meaningless in a year. If something will not matter in the future, why let it consume your present before reacting to anything? Ask yourself, does this deserve my energy? If the answer is no, move on. Train yourself to remain unmoved by external chaos when someone insults you. Silence is often the most powerful response when someone tries to drag you into drama. Refusing to engage weakens them, not you. A famous Buddhist monk advised a wise man is content with his own approval. You do not need to respond to everything. Your peace is yours to protect. Another key practice is limiting exposure to negativity. Some people thrive on conflict, on gossip, on stirring up emotions in others. The Stoic does not entertain such things. They avoid toxic people, ignore foolish arguments, and refuse to let distractions pull them away from their purpose. They understand that what they feed their mind shapes their reality, and finally accept that you cannot control everything, and that's okay. Many people stress over things that will never be within their power. The economy, politics, the opinions of strangers. But a famous Buddhist monk reminds us, you have been made by nature to bear. Whatever happens to you, a Stoic does not waste time resisting reality. They adapt, they endure, and they move forward with focus and strength. Not everything is worth your energy. The strongest minds are not those who engage in every battle, but those who choose their battles carefully. Indifference to what does not matter is not weakness. It is wisdom, because when you stop wasting energy on the unnecessary, you free yourself to focus on what truly matters. 8. Be tough on yourself, but kind to others. The true formula for success. Weak people make excuses. They justify their laziness, blame circumstances, and expect life to hand them results without putting in the effort. But the Buddhists rejected this mindset entirely. They believe that if you want to master yourself, if you want to achieve anything of value, you must be ruthlessly disciplined with yourself. However, this discipline is not meant to be turned outward. It is not an excuse to judge, criticize, or belittle others. A true Stoic is hard on themselves, but patient with the world. A famous Buddhist monk lived by this principle when he wrote, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Most people do the opposite. They are full of self-justifications, but harsh in their judgment of others. They expect perfection from the world, yet make excuses for their own shortcomings. But the Stoic does not waste time blaming, complaining, or expecting life. To be fair, they take full responsibility for their own actions, their own discipline, their own progress. Think about how many people allow weakness to rule their lives. They say they will wake up early, but they hit snooze. They promise themselves they will train, read, improve, but the moment it gets difficult, they quit. They tell themselves they will stay calm under pressure, yet the smallest inconvenience makes them lose control. Stoic does not tolerate this kind of weakness in themselves. Epictetus said, "How long are you going to wait before you demand the best for yourself?" Strength is built through self-discipline. If you do not hold yourself to high standards, who will? But while a Stoic is unforgiving with their own excuses, they do not hold others to the same rigid expectations. They understand that most people are ruled by emotion, that many lack self-awareness, that weakness is common. Instead of frustration, they meet others with patience. Instead of arrogance, they offer understanding. A famous Buddhist monk reminded us, whenever you see someone going astray, show him the right path. Not with arrogance or fault-finding, but with kindness and guidance. Stoic does not waste time judging. They lead by example. This balance, firmness with oneself, patience with others, is what separates the strong from the weak. Most people either lack discipline or become bitter and harsh. The Stoic finds the middle path. They hold themselves accountable every day. They push through discomfort. They demand excellence from themselves, not because the world is watching, but because they refuse to be weak. But they do not use their strength to belittle those who have not yet found their way. They know that each person is on their own journey. So how do you apply this in daily life? Start by removing your own excuses. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop justifying procrastination. Stop tolerating laziness in yourself. If something must be done, do it now. Train your body, train your mind. Wake up early. Build habits that reinforce strength. Refuse to let yourself be ruled by weakness. At the same time, stop expecting perfection from others. People will be flawed. They will make mistakes. They will fall short. Let them. It is not your job to change them. Show them the right way by walking it yourself. Speak less, do more. Lead by action, not by judgment. The Buddhist formula for success is simple. Be relentless with yourself and forgiving with others. Hold yourself to the highest standard. Push yourself beyond your comfort zone. Never settle for mediocrity, but when dealing with the world, be patient. Be wise, be kind. Because true strength is not just about power, it is about control. And the one who controls themselves fully is the one who commands respect, influence, and ultimate success. Failure is not the end. It's your greatest teacher. Most people fear failure. They see it as a sign of weakness, as proof that they are not good enough, as a reason to give up. But the Stoics saw failure for what it truly is, not an obstacle, but a necessary part of growth. A Stoic does not fear setbacks. They use them. They do not let failure define them. They let it refine them, because every failure carries a lesson. Every mistake holds an opportunity, and every fall is a chance to rise stronger than before. A famous Buddhist monk warned against the illusion of an easy life when he said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. The only way to build resilience is through resistance. The only way to grow is to be tested. If you avoid failure, you avoid the very thing that could make you unstoppable." But most people don't see it this way. They take failure personally. They believe it means they are not good enough. They let one defeat shatter their confidence instead of sharpening their skills. A Stoic, however, knows that every failure is simply feedback. It is not a reason to quit. It is a lesson on how to do better next time. Think about the greatest minds, leaders, and innovators throughout history. None of them succeeded on their first attempt. They failed repeatedly. They were rejected, doubted, ridiculed, but they did not stop. They adjusted. They learned, and they tried again. Buddha taught the greater the difficulty, the more glory in surmounting it. True strength is not found in avoiding failure, but in using it as fuel. But why do so many people fear failure? Because they are trapped by their egos. They believe that failure is a reflection of their worth. That mistakes define them, but the Stoic detaches from their ego. They see failure not as a personal attack, but as a teacher. If they fail in business, they study what went wrong and improve. If they fail in discipline, they refine their habits. If they fail in relationships, they reflect and grow. They do not dwell on failure. They extract its lessons and move forward to develop this mindset. The first step is reframing failure as growth. Instead of thinking, "I failed, I'm not good enough," train yourself to think, "I failed. Now I know what to fix." Every mistake is data. Every setback is information. The question is not whether you will fail. The question is what you will learn from it. The next step is removing emotional attachment to failure. Most people let failure hurt them because they tie their self-worth to outcomes. But Stoic understands that the only thing that matters is effort. A famous Buddhist monk reminded himself, "Do what is necessary. The rest does not concern you." If you gave your best effort, if you acted with discipline and purpose, then the outcome is irrelevant. Success will come eventually, but only if you persist and finally develop an anti-fragile mindset. The Stoic does not merely survive failure. They thrive because of it. Every difficulty makes them stronger. Every challenge sharpens their skills. Instead of fearing setbacks, they welcome them, knowing that each one is an opportunity to improve. The more you fail, the more you grow. The more you are tested, the more unshakable you become. Most people quit after failing once or twice. That is why most people remain average, but those who embrace failure, those who learn from it, those who refuse to let it break them, those are the ones who rise above everyone else, because failure is not the opposite of success. Failure is the path to success. Embrace chaos. How to turn uncertainty into strength. Life is unpredictable. No matter how much you plan, prepare, or try to control things, chaos will always find its way in. Unexpected setbacks, sudden changes, moments where nothing goes as expected. These are not exceptions, they're constants. Most people resist uncertainty, fearing the unknown, trying desperately to make life predictable. But the Buddhists knew that control is an illusion. You cannot control the external world, but you can control how you respond to it. A famous Buddhist monk embraced this reality when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. The weak try to fight against uncertainty, wasting energy, resisting things they cannot change. The strong, however, adapt. They do not panic in the face of change. They adjust. They pivot. They use it to their advantage. They know that chaos is not their enemy. It is their training ground." Think about how most people react when life doesn't go their way. They complain, they blame circumstances. They feel like victims of bad luck. But Epictetus reminds us it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Stoics sees disorder not as an obstacle, but as an opportunity. If a plan fails, they find another way. If an unexpected challenge arises, they use it to grow. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" they ask, "How can I use this?" But how do you develop this level of resilience? The first step is accepting uncertainty as a fundamental part of life. Many people believe that one day they will reach a point where everything is stable, predictable, and comfortable, but this is an illusion. Life will always be uncertain. The Stoic does not wait for peace. They create it within themselves. A famous Buddhist monk said he suffers more than necessary, who suffers before it is necessary. Most suffering comes not from reality, but from resisting it. When you stop fighting uncertainty and start working with it, you become unshakable. Next, train yourself to thrive in chaos. Put yourself in uncomfortable situations on purpose. Take cold showers, do difficult tasks without complaining. Step into the unknown with confidence. The more you expose yourself to discomfort, the less fear it holds over you. Stoic does not crumble. When things become unpredictable, they remain steady, calm, and adaptable, and finally shift your mindset from control to mastery. You cannot control the world. You cannot control other people. You cannot control fate, but you can control how you respond to everything. You can control your discipline, your attitude, your decisions. That is where your true power lies. A famous Buddhist monk put it best. What stands in the way becomes the way. The chaos you fear is not blocking your path. It is your path. Learn to move with it rather than against it, and you will become unstoppable. Most people waste their lives fearing what they cannot control. The Stoic, however, does not fear, they adapt. They embrace uncertainty because they know that life will never be stable, but they can be. And when you reach that level of strength, nothing, not failure, not change, not chaos can break you. The path to self-mastery is not found in chasing success, controlling every detail, or avoiding failure. It is found in discipline, focus, and the ability to adapt to anything life throws at you. The Buddhists did not live for recognition or external rewards. They lived for inner strength, for mastery over their minds, for the ability to move through life without being controlled by it. You now have 10 powerful Stoic lessons to take full control of your life, protect your focus, take command of your choices, train your discipline, manage your time with precision, fall in love with the process instead of chasing outcomes. Use solitude as a tool for strength. Ignore what does not serve you. Be relentless with yourself, but patient with others. Learn from failure instead of fearing it. And above all, embrace chaos because nothing in life is certain except for the strength you build within yourself. If this episode resonated with you, let me know in the comments which lesson do you need to apply most in your life. And if you are ready to take full control of your mind, your habits, and your success, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to I Am Stoic. Your journey to silent mastery begins now. Until next time, stay disciplined, stay focused, and take control. The things that scare us are often the very things that will lead to our greatest breakthroughs. By leaning into fear rather than avoiding it, you start to break down the barriers that are holding you back. Another key to overcoming fear is taking small, intentional actions. Fear thrives when we stay stagnant, when we don't take any action at all. But when we move forward, even in small steps, we start to gain confidence and diminish the power that fear holds over us. The Buddhists taught us that our actions are in our control, even if the outcome is uncertain. Each step you take, no matter how small, is a victory over the fear that's trying to hold you back. Think about the first time you did something that scared you. Maybe it was speaking in front of a crowd, starting a new project, or facing a difficult conversation. In the beginning, the fear felt overwhelming, but once you took that first step, the fear began to fade. You realized that the thing you feared wasn't as powerful as you had imagined. This is the power of action. Once you begin, fear loses its grip. Remember, fear is not your enemy. It's your teacher. It shows you where you need to grow, where you need to push yourself. Don't let it control your life. Face it, embrace it, and use it as fuel to propel you toward your goals. So the next time fear arises, don't shrink away from it. Step into it. Take that first step, even if it's small, and know that with each step you take, you're not just moving toward your goal, you're becoming the person you're meant to be. The person who doesn't let fear dictate their life. Have you ever set a big goal, full of excitement and energy, only to find that months later, you're still in the same place, feeling frustrated and stuck? We've all been there. The idea of achieving something great can be thrilling, but without clear, actionable goals, that excitement quickly fades into confusion and overwhelm. It's easy to get lost in the idea of success without knowing exactly how to get there. The problem is that without a clear plan, success remains a distant dream, not a tangible reality. The Buddhists understood this better than anyone. They didn't just set lofty ideals. They focused on what they could control and broke their larger goals down into smaller, actionable steps. They believed that without clear goals, we would drift aimlessly, constantly chasing after things that didn't align with our true purpose. The first step in achieving anything is to define exactly what you want. Be specific about your goals. Vague goals like, I want to be successful or I want to be healthier, are not enough. To make progress, you need to get detailed. What does success look like for you? What specific health goals do you want to achieve? The more specific your goals are, the clearer your path becomes. But setting goals isn't just about being specific. You need to make sure your goals are also actionable. It's not enough to write down a dream. You need to break it down into steps you can take on a daily or weekly basis. This is where many people fail. They set a big goal, but they don't map out the small necessary actions required to get there. The Buddhists believed in focusing on the process, not the outcome. They knew that success is built on small, consistent actions, not on hoping for big, dramatic changes overnight. Let's take an example. Imagine your goal is to write a book. That's a huge, daunting task, and it's easy to get overwhelmed by the enormity of it. But if you break it down, it suddenly becomes more manageable. Start by setting small, achievable milestones. Write 500 words a day or finish one chapter per week. The key is to set goals that are within your control and to make them as actionable as possible. If you focus only on the end result, it will seem too distant to achieve. But when you focus on the smaller steps, each one becomes a win and momentum starts to build. In the Stoic tradition, this process is called virtue. Virtue isn't just about achieving a goal. It's about taking the right actions regardless of the outcome. This isn't about suppressing emotions, but rather managing responses in a way that is considered and constructive. Decisions made in this state are typically more strategic and thoughtful, leading to better outcomes and demonstrating a level of leadership that is respected and often emulated. Furthermore, choosing actions over emotions leads to personal resilience and mental toughness. The Buddhists believed that our greatest trials are opportunities for growth. By facing challenges with a calm and composed demeanor, we train ourselves to handle future stresses with greater ease. This resilience can dramatically improve our overall well-being, reducing feelings of anxiety and depression, and increasing our life satisfaction. Essentially, we're not just reacting to life's challenges, we're actively shaping our journey through them. Another significant benefit is the development of self-awareness and self-regulation. These skills allow us to understand our emotional triggers and effectively manage them. This awareness then extends beyond ourselves, improving our empathy and understanding of others' emotions. With this enhanced perception, we can navigate social interactions more skillfully, adapting our responses to suit different situations and personalities. The practice of choosing actions over emotions equips us with tools, not just to survive in our world, but to thrive. By embodying the principles of Buddhism, we don't just go through life. We grow through life, continually improving ourselves, and positively impacting those around us. Habit 6. Overcoming challenges. Mastering your emotions and consistently choosing rational actions over impulsive reactions is no small feat. It's a profound challenge that requires dedication, patience, and resilience. In this journey, as Buddhism teaches us, we encounter numerous obstacles that test our resolve and our ability to apply philosophical principles to real-life situations. One of the first challenges many of us face is the intensity and immediacy of our emotional reactions. Emotions are powerful and can overwhelm even the most dedicated practitioners of Buddhism. They can surge quickly and unexpectedly, driven by deep-seated habits and instincts that have been reinforced over a lifetime. The key to overcoming this challenge isn't to suppress these emotions, but to acknowledge their presence without allowing them to dictate our actions. This requires a high level of self-awareness and the ability to pause and reflect in the heat of the moment, a skill that is cultivated through consistent practice and mindfulness. You'll be surprised by how much strength and clarity you can find in that quiet space. Recognize your own worth through silence. In the face of rejection, it's easy to start doubting ourselves. We might think, if they don't want me, there must be something wrong with me. Our self-worth can get tangled up in how others perceive us or how we are treated. But here's the hard truth. Your worth is not defined by someone else's opinion of you, and silence is a powerful tool to remind yourself of that. When you stay silent after rejection, you create space to reconnect with your own value, independent of external judgment. It's a chance to step back, reflect, and remember that your worth doesn't come from approval or validation. It comes from within. Think about how often we tie our self-worth to external factors. How many times have you felt less than because of a rejection? Maybe it was a job offer that didn't come through, a relationship that didn't work out, or an idea that was shot down. These moments can feel like a personal attack, but the truth is, they don't define you. As a famous Buddhist monk said, time discovers truth. The more they try to manipulate perceptions, the more apparent their dishonesty becomes. Their unwillingness to show vulnerability is a sign of their weakness. Vulnerability requires courage. It means admitting you don't have all the answers or that you've made a mistake. For someone pretending to be perfect, this is unthinkable. They'll avoid difficult conversations, downplay their struggles, and refuse to ask for help, all to maintain their flawless image. But Buddhism celebrates vulnerability as a strength Buddha taught. It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. By admitting our limitations, we open ourselves to growth and connection, something those who pretend to be perfect often miss out on. Number 5, they hide their true selves. Some people are like shapeshifters, constantly changing their behavior depending on who they're with or what they want. On the surface, they might seem adaptable or charming, but underneath it all, they're hiding who they really are. Buddha said, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Pay attention to how someone behaves over time, not just the persona they project. They also have a habit of mirroring others to gain acceptance. For example, they might adopt your interests, mimic your mannerisms, or agree with everything you say to appear likable. While it can feel flattering at first, it eventually feels unsettling because it lacks sincerity. Buddhism reminds us that true connection comes from being real, not from pretending to be someone else. A famous Buddhist monk advised, do not act as if you were going to live tens of years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good. Life is too short for superficial connections built on deception. Number 6, they manipulate without guilt. Manipulation is one of the most unsettling traits someone can possess. It's not just the act of persuading others to do something, it's the calculated way manipulators twist emotions, situations, and even perceptions to get what they want. What makes it so insidious is that manipulators often do this without a shred of remorse. They don't care who gets hurt as long as their goals are achieved. For those of us striving to live authentically and ethically, encountering someone like this can feel disorienting and exhausting. Manipulators often rely on subtlety. Imagine someone who seems to always get their way. But when you look closer, you realize they've achieved this by making others feel guilty or responsible for their desires. For instance, they might say something like, if you really cared about me, you'd do this. Or, I guess I'll just figure it out on my own. It's not a direct demand, but it creates an emotional pressure that's hard to ignore. Buddhism offers a valuable perspective here. Buddha reminds us, no man is free who is not master of himself. Recognizing this manipulation allows you to regain your sense of freedom and choose your actions deliberately rather than being driven by guilt. Another tactic manipulators use is playing the victim. They present themselves as helpless or wrong to evoke sympathy and get others to act on their behalf. For example, they might recount a one-sided story about a conflict, painting themselves as completely innocent while exaggerating the faults of others. This draws people in, making them feel obligated to take the manipulator's side. From a Stoic standpoint, it's important to resist the urge to react emotionally to these stories. A famous Buddhist monk advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." They act as if they're the center of the universe, and everyone else is merely a supporting character in their story. You might notice this entitlement in how they approach relationships. For example, they expect you to drop everything for them, but when you need their help, they're suddenly too busy or unavailable. It's as if their needs always outweigh yours. If you don't comply, they might act offended or try to guilt you, as if you're the one being unreasonable. Buddhism reminds us that relationships should be built on mutual respect and fairness. A famous Buddhist monk said, "We are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden." True connection comes from recognizing equality, not exploiting others for personal gain. In a professional setting, entitlement can be even more glaring. Imagine working with someone who constantly demands credit for work they didn't do or expects special treatment just because of their title or connections. They might complain about not getting promotions or rewards while ignoring the effort others put in. This behavior creates tension and resentment because it undermines the shared effort that drives success. Buddhism teaches us to focus on our own contributions and not get caught up in comparisons. A famous Buddhist monk advised, "Don't aspire to be on the best dressed list. Aspire to be a person of virtue. Your worth is determined by your actions, not by the recognition others demand for themselves." Entitled people also tend to view rules and boundaries as obstacles rather than guidelines. For instance, they might cut in line, expect favors without reciprocation, or disregard policies that everyone else follows. To them, rules are for other people, not for someone as special as they believe themselves to be. This disregard for fairness can be infuriating, but Buddhism offers a way to handle it. Titus taught, "There is only one way to happiness, and that is to cease worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will." While you can't control their sense of entitlement, you can choose how much power you let it have over your peace of mind. Their entitlement often comes with double standards. For example, they might demand forgiveness for their mistakes, but be unwilling to forgive others. Or they expect unwavering loyalty while offering none in return. This hypocrisy can leave you feeling frustrated and taken advantage of. Buddhism encourages us to rise above such behaviors by focusing on our own integrity. A famous Buddhist monk said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Don't let their double standards pull you into the same cycle of selfishness and blame. Another hallmark of entitled people is their tendency to overreact when they don't get what they want. For example, imagine they ask for a favor that you can't fulfill. Instead of understanding your situation, they might lash out, sulk, or make you feel as though you've wronged them. It's as if the mere idea of being told no is unbearable for them. Stoic philosophy teaches us to maintain our composure in the face of such reactions. A famous Buddhist monk said, "Anger, if not restrained, is frequently more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it." Stay calm, set boundaries, and don't let their tantrums dictate your decisions. Entitled individuals also lack gratitude, which is perhaps the most telling sign of their mindset. Even when they receive help or benefits, they treat it as something they were owed, rather than a gesture of kindness. For instance, you might go out of your way to support them, and instead of thanking you, they barely acknowledge your effort, or even expect more from you. Buddhism places immense value on gratitude as a key to happiness. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "Do not indulge in dreams of having what you do not have, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess." Practicing gratitude not only helps you appreciate life, but also shields you from the entitlement of others. Number 8, they help only when it benefits them. Some people only offer help when there's something in it for them. At first it can be hard to notice, but over time you start to see a pattern. They'll step in when there's a clear personal gain, but when you need support, they suddenly become too busy or unavailable. It's as if their acts of kindness are just transactions. They help because it enhances their image, benefits them directly, or puts them in a position of power. This kind of self-interest can feel like a betrayal, especially when you realize that your well-being is only valuable to them when it serves their own goals. For instance, you might lend a hand to someone in need. only to find that when you're the one going through a tough time, they're nowhere to be found. They might offer excuses or just ignore your request for help. It becomes clear that their help was more about building a favor bank for themselves than about genuine kindness. Buddhism teaches us to act with integrity regardless of whether there's a benefit to us. A famous Buddhist monk reminded us, "Let not your mind run on what you lack as much as on what you have." True help comes from a place of selflessness, not self-interest. This transactional approach to helping others can extend to more subtle ways of manipulating situations. They might offer advice that seems helpful, but it's always with the caveat that you owe them something in return. For example, they might help you with a small task at work, but later expect you to cover for them or do something in exchange. Buddhists value assistance that comes without strings attached. As Buddha said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Their help is an attempt to control the situation, but your power lies in choosing not to engage in that exchange. It's easy to get frustrated or even angry when you realize you're dealing with someone who only helps when it benefits them. But Buddhism encourages us to maintain our inner peace, no matter how selfish others might be. Instead of harboring resentment, focus on cultivating a generous spirit yourself without the need for anything in return. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "No man can live happily who has regard to himself alone and transforms everything into a question of his own utility." Helping others is an opportunity to practice virtue, not a transaction to get something in return. Their behavior often creates a sense of imbalance in relationships. You may feel like you're constantly giving while they take, without ever offering anything that doesn't benefit them. For example, they might enjoy the perks of being your friend, but when it's time to offer support, they disappear. This imbalance can drain you emotionally, especially if you're someone who values mutual respect and reciprocity. In these situations, the Stoic approach would be to focus on what you can control, your own actions and responses, while accepting that some people may never offer the same level of kindness. Over time, this kind of behavior can lead you to reevaluate your relationships. If you're always the one giving, and they're only helping when there's something in it for them, it's important to recognize the dynamic and protect your energy. Buddhism teaches us to protect our peace and not allow others to dictate the terms of our relationships. As a famous Buddhist monk put it, when you have the opportunity to benefit another person, do so with sincerity and without expecting anything in return. True generosity comes from a place of inner strength, not out of a desire for reciprocity. Number 9, they have many enemies. People who have a trail of enemies in their wake often show us the consequences of their actions, even if they don't realize it. These individuals may present themselves as charming and friendly on the surface, but underneath, they leave a path of damaged relationships, unspoken resentments, and unresolved conflicts. They may go on about how others have wronged them, or how they had to cut people off due to misunderstandings. But the truth is, when you consistently have problems with so many different people, the common denominator is usually you. These individuals often live in a world of blame. They accuse others of betrayal, but they never stop to ask why things keep falling apart around them. A friend of mine had someone in their life who was always pointing fingers at others for not understanding or supporting them. But when you looked closely, it was their own actions that were at the root of most conflicts. This person's inability to accept responsibility for their own part in things was a constant source of tension. Buddhism teaches us to take full responsibility for our actions, no matter how difficult it may be. As Buddha said, we are not disturbed by what happens to us, but by our thoughts about what happens to us. The moment we shift the focus to our own behavior, we regain control and clarity. People who have many enemies also tend to speak poorly about those they've fallen out with. Instead of reflecting on the situation, they trash talk former friends, colleagues, or acquaintances. For example, you might hear someone constantly recounting how they've been wronged by every person they've ever worked with, or how no one ever understands them. This constant narrative of being the victim reflects a refusal to see things from other perspectives, and it often comes at the expense of their own growth. Buddhism reminds us to remain calm and composed in these situations. A famous Buddhist monk said, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." Instead of engaging in their petty squabbles, take the higher road by practicing empathy and understanding, even if you don't agree with the person's behavior. One of the hardest things to do is to watch someone behave in a way that causes constant conflict. and then act surprised when they're isolated or surrounded by enemies. Their tendency to burn bridges can eventually lead to loneliness, and they may try to convince themselves that it's everyone else's fault. But in truth, their lack of self-reflection and their refusal to take responsibility for their actions are what perpetuate the cycle. In Buddhism, we are taught to focus on what is in our control, particularly our own actions. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." It's easy to get caught up in someone else's narrative, but it's important to stay grounded in your own truth and not get lost in the drama they create. These individuals often fail to learn from their mistakes. They repeat the same patterns, burning bridges, speaking ill of others, and distancing themselves from anyone who challenges their behavior. And because they don't learn from past conflicts, they're doomed to repeat them. A family member of mine went through cycles of friend groups, only to end up alone time and time again. Every time they'd start a new relationship, whether professional or personal, the cycle would repeat. They'd create tension, become defensive, and then cut ties, convinced that everyone else was to blame. Buddhism teaches us that growth comes from self-examination, not from avoiding uncomfortable truths. As Buddha said, it is not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them. Criticism isn't a reflection of your worth. It's simply someone else's perspective. Use it as a tool for growth and let go of the rest. The need to control outcomes is another obstacle in the creative process. You might have a clear vision of how a project should turn out, only to feel frustrated when the result doesn't match your expectations. The Stoic principle of amor fati, or love of fate, teaches us to embrace outcomes, whether they align with our plans or not. A famous Buddhist monk advised, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." Creativity is an unpredictable process, and often unexpected results lead to new insights or directions. By accepting what unfolds, you remain open to possibility and innovation. Practical strategies can help you apply this principle. Start by identifying what's within your control in your creative process. For example, you can control your effort, your consistency, and your willingness to learn. Focus on these aspects and let go of the rest. If you're working on a project, remind yourself that the outcome isn't entirely in your hands. What you can control is the quality of your input. Another approach is to develop a mantra or affirmation that reinforces this mindset. Repeat phrases like, "I focus on what I can do today," or "I release what's beyond my control." These reminders can ground you when doubts or frustrations arise. Visualization is also a powerful tool. Imagine yourself completing a project with full effort, regardless of the result. Picture how you'll feel knowing you gave it your best. Even if the reception isn't as you hoped, this practice helps you detach from the outcome and focus on the joy of creating. Finally, celebrate progress over perfection. Every small step you take, whether it's drafting a new idea, experimenting with a technique, or finishing a project, is a victory. By shifting your focus from the final product to the process itself, you create with greater freedom and satisfaction. Ask yourself, am I clinging to factors I can't control, or am I focusing on what's within my power? How can I let go of the need for validation and outcomes? The Buddhists remind us that acceptance isn't about giving up. It's about redirecting your energy to where it matters most. By embracing this principle, you can navigate the creative process with resilience, clarity, and a sense of peace. Cultivating resilience through Stoic philosophy, resilience is the backbone of creativity, whether it's bouncing back from rejection, persevering through creative blocks, or finding the strength to keep going after a failure. Resilience allows you to face challenges without losing your momentum. David Goggins calls resilience the ability to stay in the fight, while the Buddhists see it as the practice of enduring hardship with grace and strength. For creatives, cultivating resilience is about seeing every setback as an opportunity to grow stronger. Creative pursuits are often riddled with obstacles, a manuscript rejected by publishers, an art piece that doesn't resonate, or a performance met with criticism. These moments can feel deeply personal, even discouraging. But as a famous Buddhist monk reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. The Buddhists teach that while we can't control external circumstances, we can control how we respond to them. Resilience begins with this mindset shift. The first step to cultivating resilience is reframing failure. In the Stoic view, failure is not an end, it's feedback. Buddha said difficulties are things that show a person what they are. Every rejection, every creative block, every misstep is a chance to learn something new about your craft or yourself. When you stop seeing failure as a verdict on your talent and start seeing it as a teacher, you strip it of its power to discourage you. Another critical element of resilience is persistence. Creative success rarely comes quickly. It's often the result of years of consistent effort. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden." Resilience doesn't mean you won't feel frustration or doubt. It means you don't let those feelings stop you. Show up every day, even when it feels difficult, and trust that your effort will pay off over time. Buddhism also emphasizes the importance of preparing for adversity. The practice of premeditatio malorum, or premeditation of evils, involves imagining potential challenges and visualizing how you'll handle them. Have you ever paused to ask yourself what truly drives you? In the midst of our fast-paced lives, it's easy to lose sight of the deeper meaning behind our daily actions. Yet uncovering our true purpose is like igniting a flame within. A flame that illuminates our path and fuels our journey with passion and determination. Purpose is the silent heartbeat of our existence, the whisper that reminds us of who we are and what we are meant to contribute to our lives, those around us, and the world. Embracing this secret power transforms not only our lives, but also the lives of those around us, infusing each day with clarity, joy, and fulfillment. How long will you allow the potential inside you to lie dormant? Do not let another sunrise greet your eyes without whispering, "Today, I gave it my all." When the alarm rings and the world feels heavy, remember the words of a famous Buddhist monk. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive. To breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. Treat each of the next 24 hours is the highest gift you could receive. We are not merely spending time, we are spending our lives. We are weaving the fabric of our lives thread by deliberate thread. Have you ever felt stuck, overwhelmed, or just plain frustrated with life? Maybe it's a difficult boss, an annoying colleague, or an unexpected turn of events that's thrown you off course. What if I told you that every obstacle in your life, every annoyance, every hardship could actually be your greatest opportunity for growth? The Buddhists believed this, and they lived it. What you're about to discover isn't just philosophy. It's a practical guide to turning life's messiness into joy. Each lesson is a stepping stone to a more composed, focused, and fulfilling existence. Lesson 1. Obstacles are opportunities. A famous Buddhist monk famously said, "The obstacle is the way." What did he mean? He meant that every frustrating situation or person is an opportunity, a chance to practice patience. Patience, courage, and wisdom. Think about that for a moment. The next time you encounter a roadblock, ask yourself, how can I use this to grow? Life's problems aren't detours, they're the path itself. Obstacles shape us. They challenge our perceptions, sharpen our skills, and demand that we rise to the occasion. Consider the story of Thomas Edison. When his lab burned down, destroying years of work, he reportedly said, "Thank goodness all our mistakes were burned up. Now we can start fresh." This is what it means to see obstacles as opportunities. Lesson 2. Control your response. We can't control what others do or say, but we can control how we respond. This is where your power lies. Think about it. Every annoying coworker or rude driver is a test of your ability to remain calm and collected. It's like mental training, an exercise in emotional resilience. When faced with irritation, pause. Reflect on the fact that while you can't control the world, you can control your inner peace. In that moment, you would claim your power. Lesson 3. Practice patience. Frustrating people are like weights at the gym. They might be heavy, but they strengthen your patience. Instead of reacting impulsively, take a deep breath and remind yourself, this is practice. Patience isn't passive, it's powerful. With every test, you're cultivating a deeper well of inner calm. Visualize yourself as a sturdy tree in a storm. Your leaves may rustle, but your roots hold firm. Lesson 4. Forgiveness is a skill. Forgiveness isn't about letting someone off the hook. It's about freeing yourself from anger. Every wrong done to you is an opportunity to practice letting go. Learn forgiveness is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Start small and build your forgiveness muscle. You'll feel lighter. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack of grudges. Each act of forgiveness is like taking out a stone. How much freer would you feel without that burden? See everyone as a teacher. Even the most annoying person has something to teach you. Maybe it's patience, maybe it's empathy, or maybe it's simply how not to act. Every interaction is a lesson if you're willing to learn. Treat everyone as a chance to grow, even if their teaching method isn't pleasant. The Buddhists remind us that life is a classroom, and every encounter offers a lesson if we're humble enough to accept it. Lesson 6. Virtue is its own reward. When you do something good, don't look for praise. A famous Buddhist monk said, "You don't need recognition, you've already done your job." Be kind, not because others notice, but because it's the right thing to do. Doing good for its own sake makes the world and you better. Reflect on the quiet satisfaction of knowing you've acted in alignment with your values. Lesson 7. Stay steady amid chaos. Life is full of chaos. Social media storms, office politics, and personal drama. The Buddhists remind us to be like a rock in the sea, steady and unwavering, no matter how hard the waves crash. Imagine yourself as that rock, grounded and immovable. Cultivate that stillness within you, even when the world around you feels like a whirlwind. Slow down. Before reacting to any situation, ask yourself, am I seeing this clearly? Is my perception accurate? Acting with intention rather than impulse is a hallmark of Stoic wisdom. Reflection creates space for better choices. The more you pause, the more power you have over your actions. Lesson 9. Anchor yourself in values. When the world around you feels like it's spinning out of control, anchor yourself in your values. Courage, justice, wisdom, and discipline. These are your guideposts, no matter what life throws at you. Let them steer your actions and decisions. Your values are the compass that will always point you toward your true north. Lesson 10. Adversity is a test. What if, instead of fearing hardships, you saw them as tests? A famous Buddhist monk asked, how does this stop me from acting with courage? Courage, justice, wisdom, or discipline? The answer, it doesn't. Hardship is just another opportunity to grow. Every difficulty is an invitation to rise. Adversity isn't the enemy, it's the proving ground for your character. Lesson 11. Turn challenges into growth. Every difficulty you face is a chance to practice resilience. Don't avoid challenges, embrace them. They're the stepping stones to becoming your best self-growth. It doesn't come from ease, it comes from effort. Each challenge is a sculptor's chisel, shaping you into a stronger, wiser version of yourself. Lesson 12. Optimism in the face of suffering. A famous Buddhist monk endured unimaginable loss, wars, plagues, and the deaths of his children. Yet he got out of bed every day with purpose. His perseverance reminds us to find hope. Even in the darkest times, optimism isn't about ignoring pain. It's about finding meaning within it. Think of the sun breaking through clouds after a storm. Optimism is that light. Lesson 13. Interconnectedness is key. We're all connected. A famous Buddhist monk meditated on this often, reminding himself that we share a common nature. Helping others isn't just noble. It's part of what makes life meaningful. The more we contribute to the common good, the richer our lives become. Think of humanity as a web. When you strengthen one strand, you strengthen the whole. Lesson 14. Helping others alleviates loneliness. Feeling lonely? Shift your focus outward. Volunteer, lend a hand, or simply listen. Service to others often fills the void we feel within ourselves. Connection is the antidote to isolation. When you give, you also receive a sense of purpose, belonging, and fulfillment. Lesson 15. Accept life's inevitable challenges. A famous Buddhist monk asked, is a world without annoying people possible? Of course not. Accepting this reality helps you respond with grace instead of frustration. The world isn't perfect, but your response can be. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. It means clarity. Lesson 16. Prepare for life's inconveniences. Delays, setbacks, and difficult people are statistically bound to happen. Instead of being surprised, see them as expected and move forward without anger. Preparation is the key to patience. When you anticipate disruptions, you arm yourself with the resilience to face them calmly. Lesson 17. Control your anger. Losing your temper shows weakness, not strength. When anger rises, ask yourself, is this who I want to be? Channel that energy into something constructive instead. Mastering your anger is mastering yourself. Picture anger as a flame. You have the power to either extinguish it or let it burn you. Lesson 18. Let go of grudges. Grudges only weigh you down. A famous Buddhist monk reminds us that the people we hold grudges against are long gone. Let it go and free yourself. Forgiveness isn't just for them, it's for you. Holding on to resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. Nobody is born perfect. Even the greats work tirelessly on themselves. Every day presents a new opportunity to become a better version of yourself. Progress, not perfection, should be the goal. It's about taking small, consistent steps forward. Reflect on how artists create masterpieces, not in one stroke, but layer by layer. You are your masterpiece in progress. Lesson 20, master your morning. A strong morning sets the tone for the day. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, at dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I am rising to do the work of a human being. Think about what fuels you, your purpose, your goals, and let it pull you out of bed with determination. Use the early hours to plan, reflect, and prepare for the day ahead. Lesson 21. Handle criticism gracefully. Criticism is inevitable, but how you handle it defines your character. A famous Buddhist monk advised us to meet criticism with patience and cheerfulness. Remember, someone else's negativity reflects their state of mind, not your worth. Responding with grace not only diffuses tension, but also showcases your emotional maturity. Think of it this way. Criticism is like a mirror, sometimes distorted, but it still offers a chance to reflect and grow. Learn to discern constructive feedback from negativity, and use it as a tool for self-improvement. When you feel defensive, pause and ask, is this critique valid? If yes, embrace it as a lesson. If no, let it slide off your back like water. Handling criticism with grace isn't just about teaching. It's about maintaining your inner peace and confidence. Lesson 22. Thoughts shape your reality. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, your life is dyed by the color of your thoughts. This means that what you focus on grows. Choose to focus on the positive, and your world will reflect that. Allow negative thoughts to dominate, and they will overshadow your perspective. Cultivating a disciplined mind transforms your reality. Imagine your mind as a garden. What you water grows. Feed your thoughts with gratitude, hope, and resilience, and you'll cultivate a life of abundance. But this isn't about ignoring life's difficulties. It's about training yourself to see possibilities instead of problems, lessons instead of losses. Practice gratitude daily. List 3 things you're thankful for each morning. Over time, you'll notice your mindset shifting, painting your reality in brighter hues. Lesson 23. Withhold judgment. It's tempting to judge situations or people quickly, but the Buddhists remind us to pause. Not every event needs a label of good or bad. Often what seems unfavorable now may lead to growth later. Practicing non-judgment creates mental clarity and reduces unfairness. Unnecessary stress. Picture yourself as a journalist, observing events without adding a headline or commentary. Just gather facts. For instance, if you miss a flight, instead of labeling it a disaster, consider it an opportunity, more time to rest, plan, or discover something unexpected. Withholding judgment opens the door to patience and creativity. It's a skill that, with practice, fosters peace and resilience. Lesson 24. Respond. Don't react. Life throws curveballs, but your reaction is always within your control. Instead of reacting impulsively, take a moment to process. Respond thoughtfully. This simple practice builds emotional resilience and strength, and helps you navigate challenges more effectively. Think of a firefighter's approach. They assess the situation calmly before taking action, ensuring the best outcome with minimal harm. Next time you feel provoked, pause and breathe. Ask yourself, what outcome do I want? This pause is a powerful tool that turns knee-jerk reactions into intentional responses. Over time, this habit will transform your interaction. Actions making them more thoughtful and impactful. Reacting is reflexive, responding is deliberate, and therein lies your strength. Lesson 25. Find strength in adversity. Adversity isn't just an obstacle, it's a training ground. A famous Buddhist monk saw challenges as opportunities to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. When life feels heavy, remember that you are in the process of becoming tougher, like steel forged in for. Each hardship adds to your strength. Imagine facing a storm. You can't stop the rain, but you can build the shelter that keeps you dry. Face adversity head on and recognize it as your teacher. Lesson 26. Focus on the present moment. Buddha famously taught us this. To live in the now. We can't change the past, and the future is uncertain. The only time we truly possess is this moment. When you're fully present, worries and regrets fade away. Whether you're working, playing, or relaxing, give it your full attention. Mastering the present is the key to mastering life. Lesson 27. Embrace simplicity. A famous Buddhist monk reminds us that true happiness isn't found in extravagance, but in simplicity. Strip away the unnecessary and focus on what truly matters: relationships, purpose, and personal growth. Minimalism isn't just about things, it's about clarity and peace of mind. Lesson 28. Practice gratitude. Daily gratitude is transformative. Start each day by reflecting on 3 things you're thankful for. Over time, this simple habit reshapes your mindset, helping you focus on abundance instead of lack. Gratitude isn't ignoring life's challenges. It's about appreciating the blessings that coexist with them. Lesson 29. Practice voluntary discomfort. Buddha taught that we should practice poverty to remind ourselves how little we actually need. Wear simpler clothes, eat plainer food, or sleep on the floor occasionally. This exercise isn't about suffering. It's about learning to appreciate what you have and realizing you can endure more than you think. Voluntary discomfort builds resilience and gratitude. When you willingly subject yourself to minor inconveniences, you strengthen your ability to cope with larger adversities. Consider this. The next time you skip a meal or take a cold shower, ask yourself how it feels to be slightly uncomfortable. These small acts prepare you for greater challenges and remind you that your happiness doesn't depend on external comforts. It's a simple yet profound way to build inner strength. Lesson 30. Avoid comparisons. Comparison is the thief of joy. The Buddhists remind us to focus on our path, not someone else's. A famous Buddhist monk advised, don't waste time wondering what others think of you. You have your unique journey. Celebrate others' successes, but don't let them distract you from your goals. Your progress matters most. Imagine a runner in a race who keeps glancing at others. They lose focus, stumble, and falter. Now imagine that same runner focused only on the finish line. Their stride is steady, their pace unwavering. That's the power of avoiding comparisons. Channel your energy inward and watch how far you can go. Lesson 31. Find freedom in discipline. Discipline might feel restrictive, but it's the key to freedom. When you master yourself, you gain control over your time, energy, and choices. A famous Buddhist monk said, only the disciplined are truly free. By setting boundaries and practicing self-control, you create space for your best self to thrive. Think about it. When you wake up early and stick to a routine, you free yourself from the chaos of rushing. When you budget your money, you free yourself from financial stress. Discipline is not a prison. It's the structure that sets you free to live the life you desire. Lesson 32. Be open to change. The Buddhists embraced the impermanence of life. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, observe how all things are born from change. Change isn't something to fear. It's a constant to adapt to. View change as a teacher and an opportunity for growth rather than a source of stress. Picture a tree bending in the wind. It doesn't resist. It sways and adapts, avoiding the fate of being uprooted. Like the tree, flexibility makes you stronger. Embrace change, and you'll find opportunities where others see obstacles. Lesson 33. Take responsibility for your actions. Buddha emphasized that we are responsible for our actions, not the actions of others. Focus on what's within your control, your choices, your words, and your behavior. Owning your decisions empowers you to create the life you want. It's not about blaming others, but about leading yourself. Consider this. Every time you blame someone else for your circumstances, you give away your power. When you take responsibility, you reclaim it. This mindset shift is liberating. It puts the reins of life firmly back in your hands. Lesson 34. Practice gratitude for adversity. It's easy to be grateful for the good things, but can you find gratitude in challenges? A famous Buddhist monk saw adversity as a gift that allowed him to grow. When life gets tough, pause and ask, what can I learn from this? Gratitude for hardship transforms suffering into strength. Imagine climbing a steep hill. The incline is tough, your muscles ache, and sweat pours down your face. But as you reach the top, you're rewarded with a breathtaking view. That's adversity. It pushes you, strengthens you, and rewards you in ways comfort never could. Lesson 35. Let nature be your guide. The Buddhists often look to nature for inspiration. A famous Buddhist monk admired how plants and animals fulfilled their purpose effortlessly. Let nature remind you to align with your purpose, adapt to circumstances, and embrace simplicity. Spend time in nature. Watch how rivers carve paths through stone, how birds migrate without hesitation, how trees shed their leaves without regret. Nature thrives by embracing its essence. Let it guide you to live authentically and purposefully. Lesson 36. Cultivate stillness. Stillness isn't inactivity. It's the clarity of mind that comes from focus and reflection. Practice journaling and meditation to center themselves. Create moments of stillness in your day to recharge and realign with your goals. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. In that moment of stillness, you connect with your inner self. This practice, though simple, is transformative. It's in stillness that you find strength, clarity, and direction. Lesson 37. Beware of ego. Ego blinds us to our flaws and stunts growth. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "You are just one small piece of a larger whole." Stay humble, open to feedback, and committed to self-improvement. Ego is the enemy of wisdom. Think of ego as a veil over your eyes. Ego, it distorts your view of reality and limits your potential. By shedding ego, you open yourself to new perspectives and endless growth. Lesson 38. Focus on the process, not the outcome. The Buddhists believed in focusing on the effort, not the result. Buddha said, "Do your duty, leave the rest to the gods." You can't control outcomes, but you can control how you show up every day. Let effort be your measure of success. Think about a painter creating a masterpiece. They don't rush to finish. Instead, they immerse themselves in every stroke of the brush. Similarly, when you focus on the process, doing your best, you free yourself from the anxiety of results. This philosophy shifts your mindset, reminding you that true fulfillment lies in the journey, not the destination. Even if the final product isn't perfect, the dedication and growth that come with the process are what truly matter. Every moment becomes an opportunity to refine your skills, learn, and deepen your connection to your purpose. Let go of the need for perfection and instead cherish the joy of the work itself. Lesson 39. Live according to nature. Living according to nature means aligning with your values and the world around you. Be kind, fair, and resilient. Nature's cycles remind us to embrace change and accept life's flow. The seasons don't resist, they evolve. You can too. Observe how water flows around obstacles, carving paths through persistence. Let nature remind you to adapt, persevere, and stay strong. True to your essence, just as the tides ebb and flow without resistance, so too can we move through life with grace by aligning with the natural rhythm of existence. Consider how a tree bends in the wind, but does not break. It thrives through flexibility. Lesson 40. Embrace the common good. A famous Buddhist monk meditated on how we're all part of a larger community. Helping others isn't just altruistic, it's essential to our well-being. When you serve the greater good, you uplift yourself and those around you. Imagine a team working together toward a common goal. Each member's contribution strengthens the whole. In life, the more you give to others, the more connected and fulfilled you feel. Small acts of kindness ripple outward, creating waves of positive change in the world. Reflect on how even the smallest gesture, a smile, a kind word, or a helping hand can transform someone's day and deepen your sense of purpose. Lesson 41. Make time for reflection. The Buddhists believed in constant self-examination. A famous Buddhist monk advised ending each day by reviewing your actions. Ask yourself, what did I do well? What could I improve? Reflection is the cornerstone of growth. Picture a sculptor refining their work. Reflection is your chance to chisel away imperfections and refine your character. It's a daily practice that leads to profound self-awareness. By consistently reviewing your choices, you cultivate a life of intentionality and purpose. Reflection also allows you to celebrate small victories, reinforcing the habits and decisions that align with your values. Lesson 42. Avoid overthinking. Overthinking creates unnecessary suffering. A famous Buddhist monk reminded himself, "You don't have to turn this into something. Let it be. Trust yourself, and don't let analysis paralyze you." Simplicity in thought leads to clarity in action. Think of your mind as a glass of water. Overthinking stirs up the sediment, making it cloudy. By letting thoughts settle, you regain clarity. Pause, breathe, and act with intention. This practice helps you move forward confidently, even in uncertain situations. Remember, overthinking often turns molehills into mountains. Focus on the present and trust your instincts. Lesson 43. Be prepared for the unexpected. Life is unpredictable. A famous Buddhist monk taught that the unexpected blow lands heaviest. Anticipate challenges not with fear. Preparedness isn't pessimism, it's empowerment. Consider a sailor readying their ship for a storm. They don't wish for calm seas, they prepare for turbulence. By embracing the unexpected, you stay steady no matter what comes your way. This readiness transforms fear into confidence and chaos into opportunity. Preparation gives you a sense of confidence, even when the situation itself is uncontrollable. Lesson 44. Value your time. Time is the one resource you can never regain. A famous Buddhist monk warned against wasting it on trivial pursuits. Guard your time fiercely and spend it on what truly matters: personal growth, relationships, and purpose. Imagine each day as a jar of marbles. Every activity takes one marble out. Are you spending them wisely? Prioritize what brings joy, meaning, and fulfillment. Treat your time as sacred, and you'll find greater satisfaction in how you live each day. Remember, every moment wasted is a moment you can never regret. Claim, choose wisely, and live deliberately. Lesson 45. Align words with actions. Integrity is living in harmony with your values. A famous Buddhist monk believed that our words and actions should match. Consistency builds trust and strengthens your character. Think of a bridge. It must be strong enough to carry its weight. Similarly, your words and actions must align to support your character. Walk your talk, and you'll inspire trust and respect. Authenticity creates a foundation of confidence that strengthens all your relationships. When your actions align with your words, you become a beacon of reliability and honor. Lesson 46. Seek progress, not perfection. The Buddhists knew perfection was unattainable. What matters is consistent effort. Each day aim to improve slightly. Progress is the true path to fulfillment. Imagine climbing a mountain. Each step, no matter how small, brings you closer to the summit. Celebrate your progress and keep moving forward. By shifting your focus to incremental growth, you create momentum that transforms even the loftiest goals into achievable realities. Every small victory builds the foundation for long-term success. Lesson 47. Don't fear death. Death is a natural part of life. The Buddhists often reflected on mortality, not to despair, but to live fully. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say." Think of a sunset. It's fleeting but beautiful. Embracing mortality helps you cherish life's moments and live with purpose. Use this awareness to prioritize what truly matters. Every moment becomes precious when you remember it's finite. Let this awareness inspire you to live authentically and with gratitude. Lesson 48. Be resilient in failure. Failure isn't the end, it's feedback. The Buddhists saw setbacks as opportunities to refine their approach. Learn from failure and use it as fuel for your next attempt. Picture a blacksmith shaping metal. Every strike strengthens it. Likewise, every failure fortifies your character. Resilience turns setbacks into stepping stones. By reframing failure as a teacher, you unlock its potential to propel you forward. Each stumble becomes a lesson in perseverance and growth. Lesson 49. Act with courage. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's action despite it. A famous Buddhist monk encouraged facing fears with bravery. Boldness is the bridge between dreams and reality. Imagine a tightrope walker. Each step requires trust in their skill and balance. Courage is your walk it with confidence, and you'll reach your goals. Every act of bravery expands your boundaries, showing you that fear is often just an illusion. Courage fuels progress and lights the way toward your aspirations. Lesson 50. Accept what you can't change. Serenity comes from accepting what's beyond your control. Buddha taught that peace lies in distinguishing between what's up to us and what isn't. Surrender frees you from unnecessary stress. Think of a river. It flows around rocks without resistance. Acceptance is your flow. Let go of what you can't change and focus on what you can. This mindset frees your energy to create positive change where it truly matters. Acceptance is the first step toward inner peace and resilience. Lesson 51. Surround yourself with virtue. We become like those we spend time with. Choose friends and mentors who inspire you to grow. Surrounding yourself with virtue elevates your own character. Imagine planting a garden. The healthier the plants around it, the more vibrant the growth. Cultivate relationships that nourish your spirit and values. When you surround yourself with people who embody kindness, resilience, and wisdom, their virtues begin to influence you. Consider how a positive environment shapes a child's growth. It's the same with adults. Invest in connections that uplift you. But how do you discern virtuous companions? Observe their actions, values, and integrity. Just as a tree thrives in nutrient-rich soil, your character will flourish when rooted in a network of strong moral individuals. Let their strength inspire your own. Lesson 52. Master your emotions. Emotions are natural, but they shouldn't control you. The Buddhists practiced observing their feelings without being ruled by them. Cultivate emotional mastery through mindfulness and reflection. Learn picture a kite in the wind. While the wind pulls, the string keeps it steady. Your mind is the string. Hold it firmly, and your emotions won't carry you away. This balance allows you to act thoughtfully, even in emotionally charged situations. Imagine a heated argument. Instead of reacting impulsively, pause and breathe. Emotional mastery is the strength to choose your response, instead of being dictated by immediate feelings. Remember, emotions aren't your enemy, they're signals. Fear warns you to be cautious. Anger alerts you to injustice, and sadness reveals what you value. By observing your emotions, you can harness their energy constructively rather than letting them dominate your actions. Lesson 53. Value simplicity. Life's richness is found in simplicity. The Buddhists embraced minimalist living, focusing on essentials. Simplifying your life brings clarity and peace. Think of a clear, open field. Without clutter, you can see the horizon. Simplicity clears your path to what truly matters. By decluttering your mind and environment, you create space for growth. For example, limit your commitments to prioritize what truly aligns with your values. This isn't just about material things. It's about mental and emotional simplicity too. Reflect on how much energy we waste juggling too many priorities. Simplifying your schedule or letting go of unnecessary possessions doesn't mean sacrificing, it means creating room for what genuinely enriches your life. A simpler life isn't empty, it's purposeful. Lesson 54. Be content with less. Happiness isn't in possessions, it's in perspective. Buddha reminded us that wanting less leads to freedom. Contentment is the ultimate wealth. Picture an overflowing cup. Sometimes having less creates more room for gratitude and joy. Focus on what you have, not what you lack. Imagine walking into a room filled with sunlight. It's free, yet fills the space with warmth and brightness. Appreciate the simple, intangible blessings that make life beautiful. How do you cultivate this contentment? Practice gratitude daily. When you catch yourself yearning for more, pause and list 3 things you're thankful for in that moment. Gratitude redirects your focus from scarcity to abundance, revealing how much you already have. Lesson 55. Use power wisely. Power is a responsibility, not a privilege. A famous Buddhist monk wielded his authority with humility and justice. True leadership uplifts others. Imagine a shepherd guiding their flock. Power isn't about control, it's about service. Use your influence to make a positive impact. Lead with empathy and purpose, and you'll inspire loyalty and trust. Reflect on historical figures who abused power versus those who uplifted their communities. Wisdom lies in using power to empower others. True power lies in restraint and compassion. Leaders who prioritize their team's well-being foster trust and unity. When you wield power with humility, you leave a legacy that inspires and endures. Lesson 56. Keep a beginner's mindset. No matter how much you learn, stay curious. The Buddhists valued humility and the willingness to grow. A beginner's mindset keeps you open to new ideas and perspectives. Think of a child exploring the world with wonder. Approach life with that same openness. The willingness to learn keeps you adaptable and invigorated. Consider how innovation happens when people ask, what if? Even experts need to revisit fundamentals. This mindset keeps you grounded and continually improving. Revisit old lessons with fresh eyes. Sometimes the basics contain insights that elude even the most experienced. A beginner's mindset isn't about ignoring expertise, it's about enhancing it with curiosity. Lesson 57. Practice daily gratitude. gratitude transforms your perspective. Begin each day by acknowledging what you're thankful for. Gratitude shifts your focus from lack to abundance. Imagine starting your morning by listing 3 things you appreciate. This small practice sets a positive tone for the day, helping you see the beauty in life's simplest moments. Gratitude isn't just a practice, it's a lens through which you view the world. Even during tough times, there's always something to be thankful for, like the lessons challenges bring. Gratitude isn't limited to what you already have. It's about finding joy in the potential of each day. By practicing gratitude consistently, you cultivate a mindset of abundance, resilience, and hope. Lesson 58, Live with Purpose. Purpose gives life meaning. A famous Buddhist monk often reflected on his role in the universe. Define your purpose and align your actions with it. Purpose fuels fulfillment. Think of purpose as a lighthouse guiding your journey. When you act with intention, you navigate life with clarity and resolve. No matter the storms, ask yourself, what legacy do I want to leave behind? Purpose doesn't have to be grand. It can be as simple as making someone's day better. Living with purpose means evaluating your daily actions. Are they contributing to your goals? When aligned with your purpose, even mundane tasks gain significance. Purpose isn't found. It's created through conscious choices. Lesson 59. Stay true to yourself. Authenticity is a stoic value. Don't bend to please others. Stay aligned with your principles and let your true self guide your decisions. Imagine a tree with deep roots. It stands tall against the wind because it's firmly anchored. Staying true to yourself ensures you. Staying authentic brings inner peace and confidence. Authenticity also strengthens relationships. When you show up as your genuine self, you attract those who value and respect you for who you are. It's not about perfection. It's about being real. Lesson 60. End each day with reflection. Close each day by reviewing your actions. A famous Buddhist monk's nightly practice of self-examination helped him grow. Reflection isn't about guilt. It's about learning and striving to be better tomorrow. Imagine journaling before bed. Each entry becomes a stepping stone towards self-improvement. This practice not only helps you track your progress, but also fosters a sense of peace and clarity. Let us rise up and be thankful. For if we didn't learn a lot, at least we learned a little. And if we didn't learn a little, at least we didn't get sick. And if we got sick, at least we didn't die. So let us be thankful. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts and made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with an evil thought, suffering follows him, as the wheel follows the hoof of the beast that draws the wagon. If a man speaks or acts with a good thought, happiness follows him like a shadow that never leaves. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. One moment can change a day. One day can change a life, and one life can change the world. Be where you are, otherwise you will miss your life. Kindness should be the natural way of life, not the exception. It is better to travel well than to arrive. To live a pure, unselfish life, one must count nothing as one's own in the midst of abundance. A man is not called wise because he talks and talks again. But if he is peaceful, loving, and fearless, then he is in truth called wise. You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger. The root of suffering is attachment. Your work is to discover your world, and then, with all your heart, give yourself to it. There is no fire like passion. There is no shark like hatred. There is no snare like folly. There is no torrent like greed. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Happiness will never come to those who fail to appreciate what they already have. What you are basically deep down, far in, is simply the fabric and structure of existence itself. We hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you for sticking us until the end. Imagine a life where you're not constantly running after things, people, or opportunities, but instead you're effortlessly drawing them towards you. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, with the wisdom of Buddhism, this dream can become your reality. Alright, my Buddhist friends, let's get real. Have you ever felt exhausted from trying to force things to happen? Maybe you're constantly reaching out to people who don't reciprocate, chasing opportunities that slip away, or trying to make relationships work that seem to always fall apart. It's draining, isn't it? Well, guess what? You don't have to live like that. Even the great Buddhists like Buddha believed in the power of attraction over force. Let's kick things off with a powerful quote that will set the tone for our journey today. What's meant for you will come to you when you're not pushing or forcing it. That's right, when you stop chasing and start living in alignment with your true self, you create a magnetic force that attracts the right things, people, and opportunities into your life. Imagine this, you're living your life, focusing on your growth, happiness, and well-being. Suddenly, the right people start appearing, opportunities knock on your door, and everything you've been yearning for begins to flow effortlessly into your life. Sounds magical, right? Well, it's not magic. It's Buddhism, my friend. But before we dive into the 10 Buddhist principles that will help you attract what's meant for you, let's first understand the difference between chasing and attracting. Why? Because this shift in mindset is the foundation of our journey today. When you understand that chasing is rooted in scarcity and fear, while attracting is grounded in abundance and confidence, you'll see how powerful this transformation can be. Chasing is like running on a treadmill. You exert a lot of energy, but don't really get anywhere. It's exhausting and often leads to frustration and disappointment. When you're chasing after someone or something, it sends a signal that you're lacking and desperate. For example, if you're constantly texting someone who doesn't respond, you're chasing. This behavior can push people away because it feels needy and overbearing. As a monk wisely put it, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. By continually chasing, you highlight your wants and deficiencies. On the other hand, attracting is about living your life with confidence and self-assurance. Knowing that what's meant for you will come naturally. It's like being a lighthouse, steady, strong, and effortlessly drawing ships towards your light. When you focus on your growth and happiness, you radiate positive energy that others find irresistible. For instance, instead of chasing after a partner who's not interested, focus on becoming the best version of yourself. When you're happy and fulfilled, you naturally attract people who appreciate and value you. As Buddha said, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. By cultivating an abundant and confident mindset, you attract abundance and confidence into your life. So let's embrace this powerful shift from chasing to attracting. It's not about giving up on your desires, but aligning your actions and mindset with the belief that you are worthy of receiving them effortlessly. This transformation will not only enhance your personal well-being, but also make you a magnet for the right things. People and opportunities ready to transform your approach and start living a life where what's meant for you simply finds you. Let's dive into those 10 powerful Buddhist principles that will help you become a magnet for what you desire. But before we get started, here's a little fun task for you. Drop a comment below with the words, "I am a magnet." This simple affirmation will help you throughout your journey. As our wise Buddhist dude once said, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. So go ahead, first say this to yourself, and leave it in the comments too, as this will also help others in boosting their journey. Remember, helping others is the best thing to do. Ready, Buddhist friend? Let's go. Number 1, let go of fear. Letting go of fear will make you a magnet for the right people, opportunities, and experiences. Fear acts as a barrier, blocking your natural ability to attract what's meant for you. When you're driven by fear, you often make decisions based on insecurity, doubt, and anxiety. This can lead to missed opportunities and strained relationships. By letting go of fear, you create space for confidence, courage, and authenticity to flourish, making you more attractive and compelling to others. Fear often manifests in various aspects of our lives, especially in relationships. It might be the fear of rejection, fear of being alone, or fear of not being good enough. These fears can cause you to cling to relationships that are not healthy, or chase after people who do not reciprocate your feelings. As a monk said, "He who is not a slave to fear is truly free." By releasing these fears, you free yourself from the chains that hold you back, allowing you to attract genuine connections based on mutual respect and love. Imagine you're in a relationship where you're constantly afraid of being left or not being appreciated. This fear can make you act out of character, leading to overbearing behaviors or pushing your partner away. Instead, by letting go of this fear, you start to value yourself more and approach the relationship with confidence and self-assurance. Your partner will notice this quickenage and will be more likely to appreciate and reciprocate your genuine self. This shift from fear to confidence transforms the dynamic, making the relationship stronger and more fulfilling. Letting go of fear also applies to your personal growth and ambitions. When you're not afraid to take risks or fail, you become more open to exploring new opportunities and challenging yourself. This boldness and willingness to step out of your comfort zone are incredibly attractive qualities. People are naturally drawn to those who exude confidence and resilience. As you let go of fear, you start to visualize success, set clear intentions, and attract the right opportunities that align with your true self. So how do you let go of fear? Start by acknowledging your fears and understanding their root causes. Practice mindfulness and self-reflection to identify the fears that hold you back. Once you recognize these fears, challenge them. Ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? Often the scenarios we fear are not as daunting as we imagine. Replace these fears with positive affirmations and focus on the potential for growth and success. Surround yourself with positive influences and supportive people who encourage you to be your best self. Engage in activities that build your confidence and remind you of your strengths. Remember, letting go of fear is a continuous journey, but with each step, you become stronger and more magnetic. By letting go of fear, you will find yourself on the journey of becoming a magnet, a strong individual who attracts the right people, opportunities, and experiences into your life effortlessly. As you release fear and embrace confidence, you embody the affirmation, I am a magnet. This transformation not only enhances your personal well-being, but also makes you an irresistible force that draws positivity and abundance into your life. So take the first step today. Let go of fear and watch how the world around you changes for the better. Number 2, visualize success. So friends, in our previous discussion, we talked about how to let go of fear and how it can make you a magnet for the right people, opportunities, and experiences. Now let's dive into our next principle, visualize success. Picture this, you're standing on a mountaintop looking out over a breathtaking landscape. The journey was tough, filled with challenges and obstacles, but you made it. The feeling of accomplishment washes over you, and you realize that every step, every struggle was worth it. This powerful imagery is what visualization can do for you. By visualizing success, you harness the power of your mind to create the reality you desire. Visualization is not just daydreaming, it's a focused and intentional practice. When you visualize success, you're creating a mental image of your goals and aspirations. This mental picture acts as a blueprint for your actions, guiding you towards the outcomes you want. As Buddha said, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. By consistently visualizing positive outcomes, you condition your mind to recognize and seize opportunities that are not just for you, that align with your vision. Let's take relationships as an example. Imagine the kind of partner you want to attract, someone who respects you, values your opinions, and shares your interests. Visualize what your life would be like with this person, how you interact, the activities you enjoy together, the mutual support you provide each other. This visualization helps you align your actions and choices with the type of relationship you want to attract. It's about setting a clear intention and letting the universe work its magic. Visualization can also be a powerful tool in your life. In professional and personal growth, let's say you want to achieve a significant milestone in your career. Visualize yourself reaching that goal, giving a successful presentation, receiving accolades, or achieving that promotion. This practice helps build your confidence and prepares your mind for success. It's like a rehearsal for the real thing, making you more prepared and resilient. When opportunities arise to make visualization effective, consistency is key. Spend a few minutes each day visualizing your goals. Use all your senses to make the mental images as vivid as possible. Feel the emotions of success. Hear the sounds of your achievements. See the details of your aspirations coming to life. This practice not only keeps you focused, but also energizes you, making the pursuit of your goals more exciting and fulfilling. So friends, by visualizing success, you're not just dreaming, you're setting a powerful intention for your life. You're telling the universe, this is what I want, and I'm ready to receive it. This mental clarity and focus make you a magnet for the opportunities and people that can help you achieve your dreams. Remember, I am a magnet. Embrace the power of visualization and watch as your life transforms in ways you've always imagined. Stay focused, stay positive, and let your visions guide you to success. Number 3, do your best and let go. So friends, we've previously discussed how to let go of fear and the power of visualizing success. Now let's move on to our third principle. Do your best and let go. Imagine a gardener planting seeds in a well-tended garden. He carefully nurtures the soil, waters the plants, and provides them with the necessary nutrients. Yet, after all this effort, he knows he must let nature take its course. He can't force the seeds to sprout or the flowers to bloom. He can only do his best and let go, trusting that his efforts will bear fruit. This is the essence of our third principle. Do your best and let go. In life, we often strive for perfection and control, fearing that anything less will lead to failure. But Buddhism teaches us that while we should always strive to do our best, we must also accept that some things are beyond our control. Buddha wisely stated, "Do every act of your life as though it were the very last act of your life." This means putting your heart and soul into every endeavor, giving your utmost effort, and then releasing attachment to the outcome. Let's consider relationships. You may be in a situation where you're investing a lot of time and effort into building a connection with someone. You're attentive, caring, and supportive. Yet, despite your best efforts, the relationship may not progress as you hoped. Instead of becoming anxious or disheartened, remember to do your best and let go. Trust that you've done everything within your power and that the right outcome will unfold in its own time. In professional and personal pursuits, this principle is equally powerful. Imagine you're working on a crucial project or preparing for an important exam. You dedicate yourself fully, studying hard and putting in the hours. However, once the exam is over or the project is submitted, it's time to let go of the stress and anxiety about the results. Trust that your efforts will yield the best possible outcome. As a monk said, make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. Doing your best and letting go doesn't mean being indifferent or careless. It's about recognizing the limits of your control and embracing the wisdom of detachment. This mindset frees you from unnecessary stress and worry, allowing you to focus on what truly matters, your effort and dedication. By letting go of the outcome, you create space for new opportunities and experiences to enter your life. So friends, by doing your best and letting go, you embody the true spirit of Buddhism. You become a magnet for positive energy, attracting the right people and opportunities effortlessly. Remember, I am a magnet. Trust in your efforts and let go of the need to control everything. Embrace this principle and watch as your life transforms with grace and ease. Stay dedicated, stay confident, and let the universe take care of the rest. Number 4, attract what you want. So friends, we've explored the importance of letting go of fear, visualizing success, and doing your best and letting go. Now let's dive into our 4th principle, attract what you want. Imagine you're a magnet drawing to you the very things you desire in life. This isn't just a fanciful notion, it's a powerful reality when you understand and apply the principle of attracting what you want. By aligning your thoughts, actions, and energy with your desires, you become a beacon for the right people, opportunities, and experiences. To attract what you want, start by getting crystal clear about your desires. What kind of relationships, career, or life experiences are you aiming for? Write them down, visualize them, and most importantly, believe that you deserve them. Buddha once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." Your thoughts shape your reality, so focus on what you want to attract rather than what you want to avoid. Let's take relationships as an example. If you want to attract a loving, supportive partner, start by embodying those qualities yourself. Be loving, supportive, and positive in your interactions. Your energy will naturally draw similar people to you. It's about becoming the person you wish to attract. If you're seeking a partner who values honesty and integrity, ensure these are the principles you live by daily. This alignment creates a magnetic pull, bringing the right person into your life. In professional settings, attracting what you want works similarly. If you aspire to a specific role or success in your career, act as if you already hold that position. Display the confidence, competence, and attitude of someone who is already successful. This not only boosts your confidence, but also signals to others that you're ready for greater responsibilities and opportunities. The universe responds to your energy, and by consistently putting out positive, focused vibes, you attract what you desire. The key to attracting what you want lies in maintaining a positive and abundant mindset. Avoid dwelling on lack or scarcity. Instead, focus on abundance and the belief that there's plenty of success, love, and opportunities for everyone. When you shift your mindset from scarcity to abundance, you open the floodgates to attract everything you desire. As a monk wisely put it, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. By wanting less and appreciating more, you attract abundance effortlessly. Remember to take inspired action. Attraction isn't just about thinking positively. It's also about taking steps toward your goals, whether it's improving your skills, expanding your network, or stepping out of your comfort zone. These actions align you with your desires and amplify your magnetic pull. Stay proactive, stay focused, and watch how the universe conspires to bring you what you want. So friends, by attracting what you want, you harness the power of intention and action. You become a magnet for the life you've always dreamed of. Remember, I am a magnet. By aligning your thoughts, actions, and energy with your desires, you attract the right people, opportunities, and experiences into your life. Embrace this principle and watch your dreams unfold with ease and grace. Stay positive, stay focused, and let your magnetic energy draw in all that you seek. Number 5, release control. So friends, we've discussed the significance of letting go of fear, visualizing success, doing your best, and letting go and attracting what you want. Now let's delve into our 5th principle, release control. Imagine sailing a boat. You can control your direction and set your sails, but you cannot control the wind or the waves. This is the essence of releasing control, focusing on what you can influence and letting go of what you cannot. By releasing control, you free yourself from unnecessary stress and open yourself to the flow of life's opportunities and experiences. Releasing control doesn't mean being passive or indifferent. It means recognizing the limits of your influence and embracing the unpredictability of life. The Buddhist philosopher, a monk, wisely said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." By accepting this, you allow yourself to focus your energy on what truly matters: your actions, responses, and mindset. In relationships, releasing control is crucial. Trying to control others' actions or feelings often leads to frustration and conflict. Instead, focus on your behavior and responses. For instance, instead of worrying about how your partner might react to something, communicate openly and honestly. Trust that your sincerity and integrity will guide the relationship in the right direction. By letting go of the need to control every outcome, you create a space for mutual respect and understanding to flourish. Let's apply this to your professional life. You might be working on a project where the outcome heavily depends on factors beyond your control, like team dynamics or market conditions. Rather than stressing over these uncertainties, focus on what you can control: your effort, creativity, and collaboration. Trust that by doing your best, the right outcome will emerge. As Buddha put it, accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny. For what could more aptly fit your needs? Releasing control also means embracing the present moment. Often, our desire to control stems from fear of the unknown and anxiety about the future. By practicing mindfulness and staying present, you reduce this anxiety and become more open to the possibilities that each moment offers. This shift in perspective allows you to navigate life with greater ease and grace, attracting positive experiences and people naturally. So, how do you start releasing control? Begin by identifying areas in your life where you're trying to exert too much control. Reflect on how this affects your stress levels and relationships. Next, practice acceptance and trust. Remind yourself that while you can influence outcomes, you cannot dictate them. Embrace uncertainty and view it as a part of life's adventure. Engage in activities that foster a sense of surrender and trust, such as meditation, yoga, or spending time in nature. These practices help you connect with the flow of life and build resilience against the urge to control. Surround yourself with supportive people who encourage you to let go and trust the process. By releasing control, you become more adaptable, resilient, and open to change. To the flow of life, you attract positive energy and experiences because you're not weighed down by the need to micromanage every detail. Remember, I am a magnet. By letting go of control, you align yourself with the natural rhythms of life, becoming a beacon for opportunities and relationships that are meant for you. Embrace this principle and watch as your life transforms with ease and harmony. Stay flexible, stay open, and let life surprise you in wonderful ways. And with this, we've passed the halfway mark in our video, so thank you for sticking with us. We really want you to stay until the end, because the upcoming principles are crucial and can profoundly impact your journey. If you found value in our discussion so far, please hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. Your engagement means a lot, and it's what keeps our community thriving. Let's dive back into the principles with even more powerful insights to help you become the magnet you are meant to be. Number 6, embrace uplifting moments. Life is a collection of moments, and by focusing on the uplifting ones, you can transform your entire outlook. Embracing uplifting moments means recognizing and cherishing the positive experiences in your life, no matter how small. These moments have the power to elevate your mood, boost your energy, and make you more attractive to others. Think about the last time you had a truly uplifting experience. Maybe it was a heartfelt conversation with a friend, a beautiful sunset, or a moment of unexpected kindness. How did it make you feel? These moments are precious, and by actively seeking them out and savoring them, you can cultivate a more positive and magnetic presence. As Buddha said, dwell on the beauty of life, watch the stars, and see yourself running with them. In relationships, embracing uplifting moments can create stronger and more meaningful connections. Instead of dwelling on conflicts or disappointments, focus on the good times you share. Celebrate the small victories and happy moments with your loved ones. For example, if you and your partner have had a wonderful day together, take a moment to express your gratitude and happiness. This not only strengthens your bond, but also reinforces positive behavior, making your relationship more resilient and joyful. In your personal growth journey, uplifting moments act as reminders of your progress and potential. Let's say you've been working hard on a project and you receive positive feedback from your peers. Instead of brushing it off, take a moment to appreciate the recognition and let it fuel your motivation. Acknowledge your achievements, no matter how minor they might seem, and let them inspire you to keep moving forward. As a famous Buddhist monk wisely stated, are within us and within our reach. To make the most of uplifting moments, practice mindfulness and gratitude. Mindfulness helps you stay present and fully experience these moments as they happen, while gratitude allows you to appreciate them deeply. Start a daily gratitude journal where you note down at least 3 positive things that happened each day. This simple practice can shift your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in your life. Seek out activities and environments that uplift you. Surround yourself with positive, inspiring people who encourage and support you. Engage in hobbies that bring you joy and relaxation, whether it's reading a good book, going for a walk in nature, or listening to your favorite music. Make time for these uplifting experiences regularly. By embracing uplifting moments, you fill your life with positive energy and joy. This not only enhances your own well-being, but also makes you more attractive and magnetic to others. Remember, I am a magnet. The more you focus on the uplifting aspects of life, the more you draw in positivity and abundance. Embrace this principle and watch how your life becomes richer and more fulfilling. Stay grateful, stay present, and let the beauty of each moment light up your journey. Number 7, stay true to yourself. Imagine living a life where every action and decision aligns perfectly with your core values and beliefs. This is what it means to stay true to yourself. By being authentic and genuine, you not only attract the right people and opportunities, but also live a life of integrity and fulfillment. Staying true to yourself makes you a magnet for positive energy and genuine connections. In relationships, staying true to yourself is paramount. Authenticity means fosters trust and respect. When you present yourself genuinely without pretense or facade, you invite others to do the same. This creates a solid foundation for deep and meaningful relationships. Consider a scenario where you meet someone new. Instead of trying to impress them by being someone you're not, show them your true self, your likes, dislikes, quirks, and passions. This honesty is refreshing and attractive, making it more likely that you'll connect with people who appreciate you for who you are. Being true to yourself also means setting boundaries and respecting your own needs and desires. It involves saying no when necessary, and not compromising your values for the sake of pleasing others. As a monk said, know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly. When you honor your own truth, you build self-respect and confidence, which naturally draws others to you. People are drawn to those who are confident in their identity and clear about their boundaries. In your personal and professional life, staying true to yourself can lead to greater success and satisfaction. For instance, in your career, pursue paths that resonate with your passions and strengths, rather than conforming to external expectations. When you work in alignment with your true interests and abilities, you perform better and feel more fulfilled. This authenticity attracts opportunities that are a better fit for you, leading to a more rewarding career. To stay true to yourself, start by reflecting on your core values and beliefs. Understand what drives you and what you stand for. Journaling can be a helpful tool in this process. Write down your thoughts, feelings, and experiences to gain deeper insight into your true self. Regular self-reflection helps you stay aligned with your values and make decisions that honor your authentic self. Surround yourself with people who support and encourage your authenticity. Seek relationships and communities where you can be your true self without fear of judgment. These supportive environments reinforce your commitment to staying true to yourself and provide a safe space for growth and expression. Practicing self-compassion is also crucial. Understand that being true to yourself doesn't mean being perfect. It means accepting and embracing your imperfections and learning from your mistakes. Treat yourself with kindness and patience as you navigate your journey. So, friends, by staying true to yourself, you become a beacon of authenticity and integrity. You attract genuine connections and opportunities that align with your true self. Remember, I am a magnet. Embrace your authenticity and let it guide you towards a life filled with genuine relationships and fulfilling experiences. Stay honest, stay authentic, and let your true self shine brightly in every aspect of your life. Number 8. Practice patience and trust the process. Imagine planting a seed and expecting it to sprout and bloom overnight. It sounds absurd, right? Just like the natural world, personal growth and relationships also require time and patience. Practicing patience and trusting the process means understanding that good things take time to develop and that every step of your journey has its own value. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to get frustrated when things don't happen as quickly as we'd like. However, as Buddha said, no great thing is created suddenly. Whether you're working towards a personal goal, nurturing a relationship, or seeking new opportunities, patience allows you to appreciate the journey rather than just the destination. In relationships, practicing patience is crucial. Building deep, meaningful connections takes time. You can't rush trust or intimacy. For example, when starting a new relationship, give it the space to grow naturally. Avoid the urge to push for immediate closeness or commitment. Instead, enjoy getting to know each other. Share experiences and let the bond strengthen over time. Trust that the process of gradually building a relationship will lead to a more solid and lasting connection. The same principle applies to your personal and professional goals. Whether you're learning a new skill, pursuing a career advancement, or working on personal development, it's essential to be patient with yourself. Recognize that progress might be slow and that setbacks are part of the journey. A monk reminds us, no man is free who is not master of himself. Patience is a form of self-mastery that helps you stay focused and resilient. Trusting the process means believing that your efforts will eventually pay off, even if you can't see immediate results. This trust fosters a positive mindset and reduces anxiety about the future. For instance, if you're working towards a long-term goal, break it down into smaller, manageable steps. Celebrate each small achievement along the way, knowing that each step brings you closer to your ultimate goal. To cultivate patience, practice mindfulness and stay present. Mindfulness helps you appreciate the current moment and reduces the urge to rush. Engage in activities like meditation, deep breathing, or simply spending time in nature to center yourself and build patience. Another important aspect of trusting the process is letting go of the need for immediate validation. Instead of seeking quick rewards or recognition, focus on the intrinsic value of your efforts. Trust that your hard work and dedication will be recognized in due time, even if it's not immediate. Surround yourself with supportive people who encourage patience and perseverance. Share your journey with friends or mentors who understand the importance of taking things step by step. Their support can reinforce your belief in the process and help you stay motivated. So, friends, by practicing patience and trusting the process, you align yourself with the natural flow of life. You attract positive outcomes because you're not rushed or stressed, but calm and persistent. Remember, I am a magnet. Embrace the journey, trust in the time it takes, and watch as your patience leads to the fulfillment of your deepest desires. Stay patient, stay trusting, and let the process unfold beautifully. Number 9. Set clear intentions. Imagine embarking on a journey without a destination in mind. You might wander aimlessly, unsure of where to go or what to do next. Setting clear intentions is like having a map that guides your actions and decisions, helping you stay focused and aligned with your goals. Clear intentions act as a powerful magnet, attracting the right people, opportunities, and experiences into your life. Setting clear intentions means defining what you want to achieve and why it matters to you. It's about being specific and purposeful in your desires. As the Buddhist philosopher, a famous Buddhist monk, said, "If one does not know to which port one is sailing, no wind is favorable." By setting clear intentions, you give yourself a direction and purpose, making it easier to navigate life's challenges and stay on course. In relationships, clear intentions are crucial. Whether you're seeking a romantic partner, building a friendship, or making love, or strengthening family bonds, knowing what you want from these relationships helps you communicate effectively and set healthy boundaries. For instance, if you're entering a new relationship, be clear about your intentions, whether you're looking for a serious commitment or simply companionship. This clarity prevents misunderstandings and ensures that both parties are on the same page, fostering a more authentic and fulfilling connection. Setting clear intentions also applies to your personal and professional goals. When you have a clear vision of what you want to achieve, you're more likely to take focused actions that lead to success. For example, if your goal is to advance in your career, set specific intentions such as gaining new skills, networking with industry professionals, or seeking out leadership opportunities. These clear intentions guide your daily actions and keep you motivated, making it more likely that you'll achieve your desired outcome. To set clear intentions, start by reflecting on your values and priorities. What truly matters to you? What do you want to accomplish in different areas of your life? Write down your intentions in a journal and be as specific as possible. Instead of vague goals like be happier, set clear intentions such as practice gratitude daily or spend more quality time with loved ones. These specific intentions give you a roadmap to follow and make it easier to track your progress. Visualization is a powerful tool for setting clear intentions. Spend a few minutes each day visualizing your intentions as if they've already been achieved. Imagine the feelings of joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment that come with reaching your goals. This practice not only reinforces your intentions, but also aligns your subconscious mind with your desired outcomes. Stay flexible and open to adjustments. While clear intentions provide direction, be willing to adapt as circumstances change. Life is unpredictable, and sometimes you need to recalibrate your intentions to stay aligned with your evolving goals and values. This flexibility ensures that you remain on a path that feels authentic and meaningful. Surround yourself with supportive individuals who encourage your intentions. Share your goals with friends, family, or mentors who can offer guidance, motivation, and accountability. Their support reinforces your commitment to your intentions and helps you stay on track. So friends, by setting clear intentions, you take charge of your life's direction. You become a magnet for the people, opportunities, and experiences that align with your true desires. Remember, I am a magnet. Embrace this principle and watch as your clear intentions pave the way for a more focused, purposeful, and fulfilling life. Stay intentional, stay committed, and let your intentions guide you towards your dreams. Number 10. Cultivate self-love and self-worth. Imagine looking in the mirror and feeling a deep sense of love and appreciation for the person staring back at you. When you love yourself, you set a standard for how others should treat you. As the Buddhist philosopher, a monk, said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." By cultivating self-love, you become more confident, resilient, and magnetic. In relationships, self-love plays a crucial role. When you have a healthy sense of self-worth, you attract partners who recognize and respect your value. For example, if you constantly seek validation from others, you may end up in relationships where you're undervalued or taken for granted. However, when you love and respect yourself, you're more likely to attract partners who do the same. This creates a foundation of mutual respect and admiration, leading to healthier and more fulfilling relationships. Self-love also impacts your personal and professional growth. When you believe in your worth, you're more likely to pursue opportunities that align with your true passions and talents. You set higher standards for yourself and are less likely to settle for less than you deserve. This confidence and self-assuredness make you a magnet for success and fulfillment in all areas of your life. To cultivate self-love and self-worth, Start by practicing self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a close friend. Acknowledge your strengths and achievements and forgive yourself for mistakes. Remember, you are a work in progress, and that's perfectly okay. Engage in activities that nourish your soul and bring you joy. Whether it's pursuing a hobby, spending time in nature, or practicing mindfulness, make time for activities that uplift and energize you. These moments of self-care reinforce your sense of worth and well-being. Surround yourself with positive influences. Spend time with people who uplift and inspire you, and distance yourself from those who drain your energy or undermine your confidence. Positive relationships reinforce your self-worth and encourage you to keep growing and thriving. Affirmations are another powerful tool for cultivating self-love. Repeat positive affirmations daily, such as I am worthy, I am enough, and I deserve love and happiness. These affirmations help reprogram your subconscious mind and strengthen your belief in your own value. Reflect on your accomplishments and celebrate your successes, no matter how small. Keeping a journal of your achievements and positive experiences can serve as a reminder of your growth and progress. This practice reinforces your sense of self-worth and motivates you to keep striving for your goals. So friends, by cultivating self-love and self-worth, you become a beacon of positivity and confidence. You attract relationships and opportunities that reflect your true value and contribute to your growth. Remember, I am a magnet. Embrace this principle and let your self-love and self-worth shine brightly, illuminating your path to a fulfilling and abundant life. Stay compassionate, stay confident, and let your inner light guide you to your dreams. All right, Buddhist friends, we've journeyed through 10 powerful principles to help you stop chasing and start attracting what's truly meant for you. You now have a comprehensive toolkit to transform your life and relationships. Remember, each principle is designed to help you align with your true self and create a magnetic presence that naturally draws the right people and opportunities into your life. It's not about playing games or manipulating others. It's about being the best version of yourself and letting that shine through in every interaction. By applying these Buddhist principles, you're not only becoming someone others can't help but think about, but you're also growing into a more confident, resilient, and genuinely attractive person. The journey to attracting what's meant for you starts with you. Buddha urged, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. For creatives, this translates to prioritizing your craft, even in small, consistent increments. Instead of waiting for ideal conditions, use the time you have now to create, no matter how limited it may seem. Procrastination is another common hurdle to creative freedom. The Buddhists emphasized action as a remedy for stagnation. A monk advised, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Start with small, achievable tasks that build momentum. Whether it's sketching an idea, drafting a paragraph, or experimenting with a melody, taking action, however imperfect, frees you from the paralysis of overthinking. Buddhist principles also teach the importance of presence. Creativity thrives when you're fully engaged in the moment, unburdened by worries about the past or future. Buddha wrote, confine yourself to the present. When you focus entirely on the task at hand, you enter a state of flow, where ideas come naturally and time seems to disappear. Practice mindfulness as you create. Feel the texture of the paintbrush, hear the rhythm of the words, or sense the movement of your hands on an instrument. Presence transforms the act of creating into an experience of freedom and joy. Lastly, true creative freedom comes from embracing the process over the product. The Buddhists believed in finding fulfillment in the effort itself, regardless of the outcome. Buddha observed the fruit of this life is a good character and acts for the common good. For creatives, the fruit of your work isn't just the finished piece. It's the growth, insight, and satisfaction you gain along the way by focusing on the process. Buddhist philosophy teaches us to maintain our composure in the face of such reactions. A famous Buddhist monk said, anger, if not restrained, is frequently more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it. Stay calm, set boundaries, and don't let their tantrums dictate your decisions. Entitled individuals also lack gratitude, which is perhaps the most telling sign of their mindset. The moment we shift the focus to our own behavior, we regain control and clarity. People who have many enemies also tend to speak poorly about those they've fallen out with. Instead of reflecting on the situation, they trash talk former friends, colleagues, or acquaintances. For example, you might hear someone constantly recounting how they've been wronged by every person they've ever worked with, or how no one ever understands them. This constant narrative of being the victim reflects a refusal to see things from other perspectives, and it often comes at the expense of their own growth. Buddhism reminds us to remain calm and composed in these situations. Buddha said the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Instead of engaging in their petty squabbles, take the higher road by practicing empathy and understanding, even if you don't agree with the person's behavior. One of the hardest things to do is to watch someone behave in a way that causes constant conflict, and then act surprised when they're isolated or surrounded by enemies. Their tendency to burn bridges can eventually lead to loneliness, and they may try to convince themselves that it's everyone else's fault. But in truth, their lack of self-reflection and their refusal to take responsibility for their actions are what perpetuate the cycle. In Buddhism, we are taught to focus on what is in our control, particularly our own actions. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." It's easy to get caught up in someone else's narrative, but it's important to stay grounded in your own truth and not get lost in the drama they create. These individuals often fail to learn from their mistakes. They repeat the same patterns, burning bridges, speaking ill of others, and distancing themselves from anyone who challenges their behavior. And because they don't learn from past conflicts, they're doomed to repeat them. A family member of mine went through cycles of friend groups, only to end up alone time and time again. Every time they'd start a new relationship, whether professional or personal, the cycle would repeat. They'd create tension, become defensive, and then cut ties, convinced that everyone else was to blame. Buddhism teaches us that growth comes from self-examination, not from avoiding uncomfortable truths. As a monk said, it is not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them. By confronting our own mistakes, we can break free from cycles of conflict and start building healthier, more constructive relationships. Number 10. They thrive on hate. There are some people who seem to live in a constant state of anger and resentment. It's as if hatred fuels them, and without it, they wouldn't know who they are. These individuals often thrive in environments where negativity is rampant. They focus on flaws, criticize others endlessly, and can't seem to find anything good to say about anyone. Their minds are consumed by the faults and wrongs of others, and they take pride in pointing out imperfections wherever they see them. How often have you gone through your day only to be blindsided by something you didn't expect? A sudden problem at work, an unexpected obstacle in your personal life, or an emotional setback that throws you off course. The truth is, life is unpredictable, and no matter how much we plan, challenges are inevitable. But here's the Buddhist secret to making things happen. Prepare for challenges in advance, and you'll be ready to face whatever comes your way. The Buddhist practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, teaches us to mentally prepare for obstacles before they arise. Instead of being caught off guard or overwhelmed by setbacks, we anticipate them and think through how we would respond. By doing this, we build emotional resilience and the mental clarity needed to handle difficulties calmly and strategically. It might sound counterintuitive at first. Why would you spend time thinking about challenges and setbacks? Wouldn't that make you anxious or focused on negative outcomes? But premeditatio malorum isn't about dwelling on worst-case scenarios. A monk once said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This wisdom highlights the importance of simplifying our lives and avoiding the trap of chasing after more than we truly need. By practicing moderation, you create space for consistency, focus, and mental clarity. Instead of exhausting yourself with endless striving or giving into indulgence, you create a sustainable rhythm that allows you to pursue your goals without burning out. You take the time to rest, recharge, and maintain your energy so that you can perform at your best consistently day in and day out. The key to balance is recognizing that everything has its place. Work, rest, productivity, relaxation. And each of these needs to be honored without tipping into excess. When you overwork, you burn out. When you overindulge, you feel guilty or sluggish. But when you find balance, you're able to bring your best self to everything you do and still maintain your mental and emotional well-being. So, how do you start practicing balance and moderation? Begin by recognizing areas of your life where you tend to overdo it. Whether it's work, food, social media, or something else. Start setting boundaries for yourself. Give yourself time to rest. Ensure that you're prioritizing the things that truly matter, while also allowing space for relaxation and rejuvenation. By embracing balance, you'll find that you not only achieve more, but you do so with greater peace and energy. Remember, the middle path is often the strongest path. Embrace moderation and let it guide you toward a more sustainable, fulfilling way of living. 10. Memento mori. Act like time is running out. How many times have you put something off, thinking, I'll get to it tomorrow, or there's plenty of time ahead? We all tend to procrastinate, assuming that we have endless time to accomplish our goals, fix our mistakes, or pursue our passions. But here's the truth, time is precious, and we're never guaranteed more of it. When we realize that we are just one part of a much larger whole, we stop seeing ourselves as isolated or superior. Instead, we see our place in the world as part of a grander design, a design where our actions contribute to the collective good. This awareness helps us act with more compassion, empathy, and generosity, knowing that the energy we put into the world comes back to us in ways we might not fully understand. To incorporate this habit into your life, take a moment each day to reflect on how your actions contribute to the larger world around you. Ask yourself, how can I serve others today? How does my work contribute to the greater good? Whether it's helping a colleague, being present for a loved one, or making mindful choices that benefit the environment, always remember that your actions are part of the larger web of life. By embracing your universal connection, you stop thinking only about your individual success and start seeing your life as part of a larger mission. A mission that benefits not just yourself, but everyone around you. 14. Train your mind like an athlete. Your mindset determines what you achieve. We often spend hours training our bodies, improving our physical strength, endurance, and abilities. But what about the most important muscle of all, our mind? Just like an athlete dedicates time to physical training, the greatest achievers dedicate time to training their mindset. Your mindset shapes how you approach challenges, how you handle setbacks, and how you ultimately succeed. The 14th habit for making things happen is training your mind like an athlete. Buddhism teaches us that mental strength, like physical strength, is built through consistent practice, focus, and discipline. Your mind is your most powerful tool, and the more you invest in developing it, the greater your capacity to navigate life's challenges with confidence and resilience. Think about how athletes approach their training. They don't expect to perform at their best without putting in the work. Every day they train, pushing their limits and honing their skills. They know that achieving peak performance requires constant practice, focus, and dedication. The same goes for your mind. If you want to cultivate mental strength, resilience, and focus, you need to train your mind regularly. Buddha, in his meditations, often reminded himself of the importance of mental discipline. He recognized that the quality of our thoughts directly impacts the quality of our lives. He wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Buddha, in other words, the way you think, the way you interpret your circumstances, and the way you choose to respond to challenges directly affect your ability to succeed. By training your mind, you equip yourself to handle anything life throws at you with grace and wisdom. One way to start training your mind is through daily reflection and mindfulness. Just as an athlete works on their form, you can work on your mindset by focusing on your thoughts. Are they positive, focused, and aligned with your goals? Or are they negative, reactive, and driven by emotion? When you become aware of your thought patterns, you can intentionally shift your mindset toward one that supports growth, resilience, and achievement. In addition to reflection, mental training can include practices like meditation, journaling, or mindfulness exercises. These practices help you develop focus, clarity, and emotional regulation, skills that will serve you in every area of your life. Just as physical training increases your endurance, mental training increases your ability to stay calm under pressure, to make better decisions, and to persist through difficult times. Another powerful way to train your mind is to constantly challenge it. Put yourself in situations that push your mental limits, whether it's solving a complex problem, learning a new skill, or facing a personal challenge. Thanks for watching. Just like lifting weights makes your muscles stronger, mental challenges make your mind more resilient. The more you challenge your mind, the more capable it becomes. Ultimately, your mindset is the foundation of your success. When you train your mind with the same dedication that an athlete trains their body, you unlock your true potential. A strong mind allows you to face adversity with confidence, learn from setbacks, and continue moving forward toward your goals. no matter how difficult the journey may seem. The Buddhists valued mutual respect and generosity, believing that gratitude fosters harmony and growth. Ask yourself, am I focusing on what I lack, or am I appreciating what I have? How can gratitude shift my perspective today? The creative process isn't just about producing work, it's about appreciating the journey. By cultivating gratitude, you find joy in the act of creating, resilience in the face of challenges, and inspiration in the everyday. As the Buddhists teach, true wealth lies not in what you achieve, but in the gratitude you hold for the opportunities along the way. 10. Achieving creative freedom with a Buddhist mindset. True creative freedom isn't about having endless time, resources, or opportunities. It's about liberating your mind from the barriers that hold you back. Fear of judgment, perfectionism, procrastination, and self-doubt can weigh heavily on your ability to create. A Buddhist mindset, with its emphasis on self-mastery, detachment from external validation, and focus on the present, provides the tools to break free from these constraints and fully express your creative potential. The Buddhists believed that freedom begins in the mind. A monk taught, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. For creatives, this means letting go of the outcomes you can't dictate, whether your work will be praised, sold, or even understood, and focusing instead on the effort and intention you bring to the process. When you free yourself from the need for external approval, you unlock the joy of creating for its own sake. One of the greatest barriers to creative freedom is the fear of failure. The Buddhists remind us that failure isn't something to be feared, but embraced. Buddha wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. By reframing failure as a necessary part of growth, you allow yourself the freedom to experiment, take risks, and explore without the weight of perfectionism. Each misstep becomes a lesson, bringing you closer to mastery. Another key to creative freedom is detaching from comparisons. In today's hyper-connected world, it's easy to measure your work against others and feel inadequate. The Buddhists advise focusing on your own path. A famous Buddhist monk said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself. Instead of looking outward, look inward. What unique perspective do you bring? What drives your creative vision?" By grounding yourself in your values, you free yourself from the pressure to conform or compete. Time is another constraint that often stifles creativity. We tell ourselves, "I'll create when I have more time," only to find that the perfect moment never comes. The Buddhists remind us that time is fleeting and should be used wisely. Buddha urged, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." For creatives, this translates to prioritizing your craft, even in small, consistent increments. Instead of waiting for ideal conditions, use the time you have now to create, no matter how limited it may seem. Procrastination is another common hurdle to creative freedom. The Buddhists emphasized action as a remedy for stagnation. A monk advised, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Start with small, achievable tasks that build momentum. Whether it's sketching an idea, drafting a paragraph, or experimenting with a melody, taking action, however imperfect, frees you from the paralysis of overthinking. Buddhist principles also teach the importance of presence. Creativity thrives when you're fully engaged in the moment, unburdened by worries about the past or future. Buddha wrote, "Confine yourself to the present." When you focus entirely on the task at hand, you enter a state of flow, where ideas come naturally and time seems to disappear. Practice mindfulness as you create. Feel the texture of the paintbrush, hear the rhythm of the words, or sense the movement of your hands on an instrument. Presence transforms the act of creating into an experience of freedom and joy. Lastly, true creative freedom comes from embracing the process over the product. The Buddhists believed in finding fulfillment in the effort itself, regardless of the outcome. Buddha observed, "The fruit of this life is a good character and acts for the common good." For creatives, the fruit of your work isn't just the finished piece. It's the growth, insight, and satisfaction you gain along the way by focusing on the process. Buddhist philosophy teaches us to maintain our composure in the face of such reactions. A famous Buddhist monk said, "Anger, if not restrained, is frequently more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it." Stay calm, set boundaries, and don't let their tantrums dictate your decisions. In Entitled individuals also lack gratitude, which is perhaps the most telling sign of their mindset. Even when they receive help or benefits, they treat it as something they were owed, rather than a gesture of kindness. For instance, you might go out of your way to support them, and instead of thanking you, they barely acknowledge your effort, or even expect more from you. Buddhism places immense value on gratitude as a key to happiness. Buddha wrote, "Do not indulge in dreams of having what you do not have, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess." Practicing gratitude not only helps you appreciate life, but also shields you from the entitlement of others. Number 8. They help only when it benefits them. Some people only offer help when there's something in it for them. At first it can be hard to notice, but over time you start to see a pattern. They'll step in when there's a clear personal gain, but when you need support, they suddenly become too busy or unavailable. It's as if their acts of kindness are just transactions. They help because it enhances their image, benefits them directly, or puts them in a position of power. This kind of self-interest can feel like a betrayal, especially when you realize that your well-being is only valuable to them when it serves their own goals. For instance, you might lend a hand to someone in need, only to find that when you're the one going through a tough time, they're nowhere to be found. They might offer excuses or just ignore your requests for help. It becomes clear that their help was more about building a favor bank for themselves than about genuine kindness. Buddhism teaches us to act with integrity, regardless of whether there's a benefit to us. Buddha reminded us, "Let not your mind run on what you lack as much as on what you have." True help comes from a place of selflessness, not self-interest. This transactional approach to helping others can extend to more subtle ways of manipulating situations. They might offer advice that seems helpful, but it's always with the caveat that you owe them something in return. For example, they might help you with a small task at work, but later expect you to cover for them or do something in exchange. Buddhists value assistance that comes without strings attached. As a monk said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Their help is an attempt to control the situation, but your power lies in choosing not to engage in that exchange. It's easy to get frustrated or even angry when you realize you're dealing with someone who only helps when it benefits them. But Buddhism encourages us to maintain our inner peace, no matter how selfish others might be. Instead of harboring resentment, focus on cultivating a generous spirit yourself without the need for anything in return. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "No man can live happily who has regard to himself alone and transforms everything into a question of his own utility." Helping others is an opportunity to practice virtue, not a transaction to get something in return. Their behavior often creates a sense of imbalance in relationships. You may feel like you're constantly giving while they take, without ever offering anything that doesn't benefit them. For example, they might enjoy the perks of being your friend, but when it's time to offer support, they disappear. This imbalance can drain you emotionally, especially if you're someone who values mutual respect and reciprocity. In these situations, the Buddhist approach would be to focus on what you can control, your own actions and responses, while accepting that some people may never offer the same level of kindness. Over time, this kind of behavior can lead you to reevaluate your relationships. If you're always the one giving, and they're only helping when there's something in it for them, it's important to recognize the dynamic and protect your energy. Buddhism teaches us to protect our peace and not allow others to dictate the terms of our relationships. As Buddha put it, when you have the opportunity to benefit another person, do so with sincerity and without expecting anything in return. True generosity comes from a place of inner strength, not out of a desire for reciprocity. Number 9, they have many enemies. People who have a trail of enemies in their wake often show us the consequences of their actions, even if they don't realize it. These individuals may present themselves as charming and friendly on the surface, but underneath, they leave a path of damaged relationships, unspoken resentments, and unresolved conflicts. They may go on about how others have wronged them, or how they had to cut people off due to misunderstandings. But the truth is, when you consistently have problems with so many different people, the common denominator is usually you. These individuals often live in a world of blame. They accuse others of betrayal, but they never stop to ask why things keep falling apart around them. A friend of mine had someone in their life who was always pointing fingers at others for not understanding or supporting them. But when you looked closely, it was their own actions that were at the root of most conflicts. This person's inability to accept responsibility for their own part in things was a constant source of tension. Buddhism teaches us to take full responsibility for our actions, no matter how difficult it may be. As a monk said, we are not disturbed by what happens to us, but by our thoughts about what happens to us. The moment we shift the focus to our own behavior, we regain control and clarity. People who have many enemies also tend to speak poorly about those they've fallen out with. Instead of reflecting on the situation, they trash-talk former friends, colleagues, or acquaintances. For example, you might hear someone constantly recounting how they've been wronged by every person they've ever worked with, or how no one ever understands them. This constant narrative of being the victim reflects a refusal to see things from other perspectives, and it often comes at the expense of their own growth. Buddhism reminds us to remain calm and composed in these situations. Buddha said the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Instead of engaging in their petty squabbles, take the higher road by practicing empathy and understanding, even if you don't agree with the person's behavior. One of the hardest things to do is to watch someone behave in a way that causes constant conflict, and then act surprised when they're isolated or surrounded by enemies. Their tendency to burn bridges can eventually lead to loneliness, and they may try to convince themselves that it's everyone else's fault. But in truth, their lack of self-reflection and their refusal to take responsibility for their actions are what perpetuate the cycle. In Buddhism, we are taught to focus on what is in our control, particularly our own actions. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." It's easy to get caught up in someone else's narrative, but it's important to stay grounded in your own truth and not get lost in the drama they create. These individuals often fail to learn from their mistakes. They repeat the same patterns, burning bridges, speaking ill of others, and distancing themselves from anyone who challenges their behavior. And because they don't learn from past conflicts, they're doomed to repeat them. A family member of mine went through cycles of friend groups, only to end up alone time and time again. Every time they'd start a new relationship, whether professional or personal, the cycle would repeat. They'd create tension, become defensive, and then cut ties, convinced that everyone else was to blame. Buddhism teaches us that growth comes from self-examination, not from avoiding uncomfortable truths. As a monk said, it is not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them. By confronting our own mistakes, we can break free from cycles of conflict and start building healthier, more constructive relationships. Number 10. They thrive on hate. There are some people who seem to live in a constant state of anger and resentment. It's as if hatred fuels them, and without it, they wouldn't know who they are. These individuals often thrive in environments where negativity is rampant. They focus on flaws, criticize others endlessly, and can't seem to find anything good to say about anyone. Their minds are consumed by the faults and wrongs of others, and they take pride in pointing out imperfections wherever they see them. How often have you gone through your day only to be blindsided by something you didn't expect? A sudden problem at work, an unexpected obstacle in your personal life, or an emotional setback that throws you off course. The truth is, life is unpredictable, and no matter how much we plan, challenges are inevitable. But here's the Buddhist secret to making things happen. Prepare for challenges in advance, and you'll be ready to face whatever comes your way. The Buddhist practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, teaches us to mentally prepare for obstacles before they arise. Instead of being caught off guard or overwhelmed by setbacks, we anticipate them and think through how we would respond. By doing this, we build emotional resilience and the mental clarity needed to handle difficulties calmly and strategically. It might sound counterintuitive at first. Why would you spend time thinking about challenges and setbacks? Wouldn't that make you anxious or focused on negative outcomes? But premeditatio malorum isn't about dwelling on worst-case scenarios. A monk once said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This wisdom highlights the importance of simplifying our lives and avoiding the trap of chasing after more than we truly need. By practicing moderation, you create space for consistency, focus, and mental clarity. Instead of exhausting yourself with endless striving or giving into indulgence, you create a sustainable rhythm that allows you to pursue your goals without burning out. You take the time to rest, recharge, and maintain your energy so that you can perform at your best consistently day in and day out. The key to balance is recognizing that everything has its place. work, rest, productivity, relaxation. And each of these needs to be honored without tipping into excess. When you overwork, you burn out. When you overindulge, you feel guilty or sluggish. But when you find balance, you're able to bring your best self to everything you do and still maintain your mental and emotional well-being. So, how do you start practicing balance in moderation? Begin by recognizing areas of your life where you tend to overdo it. Whether it's work, food, social media, or something else, start setting boundaries for yourself. Give yourself time to rest. Ensure that you're prioritizing the things that truly matter, while also allowing space for relaxation and rejuvenation. By embracing balance, you'll find that you not only achieve more, but you do so with greater peace and energy. Remember, the middle path is often the strongest path. Embrace moderation and let it guide you toward a more sustainable, fulfilling way of living. 10. Memento mori. Act like time is running out. How many times have you put something off, thinking, I'll get to it tomorrow, or there's plenty of time ahead? We all tend to procrastinate, assuming that we have endless time to accomplish our goals, fix our mistakes, or pursue our passions. But here's the truth, time is precious, and we're never guaranteed more of it. The 10th habit for making things happen is to embrace the concept of memento mori. Remember that you will die. This isn't a morbid reflection, but a powerful reminder that our time on this earth is limited. The Buddhists believe that by reflecting on our mortality, we are reminded of the urgency to live a life of purpose, to make every moment count, and to stop wasting time on things that don't truly matter. A monk, a Buddhist philosopher, said it best. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This insight is the key to Buddhist resilience. When you focus on how you respond to a situation, you stop letting external circumstances dictate your emotional state. You stop feeling powerless because you recognize that your responses are the only things you truly control. Let's break it down. You can't control what your boss thinks of your performance, but you can control your effort, your focus, and your attitude toward the work you do. You can't control the actions of others, but you can control how you react to their behavior. Instead of getting upset or frustrated when things don't go as planned, you can choose to remain calm and assess the situation rationally. Focusing on what you can control is liberating. It means releasing the mental and emotional burden of trying to control everything, and instead giving your full attention to the things that you can influence. It helps you build emotional resilience because it gives you the strength to remain grounded, regardless of external chaos. To apply this Buddhist principle, start by identifying what's within your control each day. Make a mental note of the things that are in your hands, your choices, actions, mindset, and direct your energy toward those. Stop wasting time on things outside of your control and watch how much more empowered and at peace you feel. When you focus only on what you can control, you'll begin to make things happen. Not because you're trying to control everything, but because you're investing your energy where it truly matters. 4. Live with purpose and excellence. Arit, be your best self. Have you ever had a day where you felt like you were simply going through the motions, doing things just to check them off a list, but never truly feeling fulfilled or proud of your efforts? It's easy to fall into this trap, especially when we get caught up in the demands of life. We often focus on getting things done, but forget the most important part, doing things with purpose and excellence. The 4th habit for making things happen is to live with purpose and excellence. The Buddhists, particularly the philosopher Aristotle, emphasized the concept of arit, which means living up to your full potential by consistently striving to be your best self in everything you do. This isn't about perfection. Arit is about focusing on the highest standards, doing everything with integrity, and pursuing excellence in every action, no matter how big or small. When you live with purpose, you don't just go through the motions. You choose how to show up, what you care about, and where you put your energy. Living with purpose means aligning your actions with your deepest values so that every effort, every decision, and every goal contributes to your overall vision of who you want to be and what you want to achieve. Think about it. How often do we give in to mediocrity? We're sometimes content with just good enough because it's easier than pushing ourselves toward excellence. But this attitude can leave us feeling unsatisfied and drained, as we know we're not living up to our true potential. On the other hand, when we choose excellence, we bring our best selves to everything we do. Whether you're working on a project, building relationships, or taking care of your health, arit means that you are giving your best effort, not for approval or external rewards, but because it aligns with your purpose and values. Excellence in the Buddhist sense doesn't mean being flawless. It means being authentic, striving to improve, and doing your best in the circumstances you're in. By embracing Arit, you also stop focusing solely on the outcome. The Buddhist knew that true satisfaction comes not from achieving external success, but from being fully present and committed to the process. When you focus on doing your best, regardless of the external result, you give yourself the freedom to pursue your goals with integrity and pride. The outcome will naturally follow when you focus on the quality of your actions. The Buddhist philosopher Buddha wrote, "The perfection of character is in the harmony between your mind and actions." This means that when you are aligned with your purpose, your thoughts and actions become an integrated force, creating both success and satisfaction. By pursuing excellence in all areas of your life, you begin to see not just the results, but also the growth that comes from striving for your highest potential. So, how can you apply Arit to your life today? Start by identifying the areas where you can raise your standards, whether it's in your work, personal relationships, or self-care routines. Commit to excellence in the small things. Don't just focus on the end result. Focus on the effort, the intention, and the quality of everything you do. When you live with purpose and excellence, you start to make things happen, not because you're striving for perfection, but because you're consistently showing up as the best version of yourself. And that's where true success is born. 5. Prepare for challenges. Premeditatio malorum. Expect the unexpected. How often have you gone through your day only to be blindsided by something you didn't expect? A sudden problem at work, an unexpected obstacle in your personal life, or an emotional setback that throws you off course. The truth is, life is unpredictable, and no matter how much we plan, challenges are inevitable. But here's the Buddhist secret to making things happen. Prepare for challenges in advance, and you'll be ready to face whatever comes your way. The Buddhist practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, teaches us to mentally prepare for obstacles before they arise. Instead of being caught off guard or overwhelmed by setbacks, we anticipate them and think through how we would respond. By doing this, we build emotional resilience and the mental clarity needed to handle difficulties calmly and strategically. It might sound counterintuitive at first. Why would you spend time thinking about challenges and setbacks? Wouldn't that make you anxious or focused on negative outcomes? But premeditatio malorum isn't about dwelling on worst-case scenarios. It's about mentally preparing yourself to face difficulties with a sense of control, without being overwhelmed by fear or surprise. When you've already thought through how you might respond, the actual challenge becomes less intimidating, and you can handle it with confidence and composure. The Buddhists believed that we can't control the external events in our lives, but we can control how we prepare for them and how we respond when they come. Think about the people closest to you, your family, friends, and colleagues. These relationships are built on trust, respect, and mutual understanding. But anger is like a corrosive acid that eats away at these foundations. When anger takes control, you might find yourself saying things you don't mean. Hurtful words can cut deeper than any physical wound. A single outburst can leave lasting scars on those you care about. Imagine yelling at your partner during a heated argument. You might say things that are cruel and untrue, things that you can't take back. The look of hurt in their eyes is a reflection of the damage you've done. Trust is shattered, and rebuilding it can be a long and painful process. It's not just the big explosions of anger that are harmful. It's the simmering resentment, the passive-aggressive comments, and the cold silences that can erode a relationship over time. Every time you snap at a friend or ignore a loved one because of your anger, you're chipping away at the bond you share. These small acts accumulate, creating a wall of bitterness and resentment between you and the people you care about. Anger doesn't just affect your relationships with others, it also impacts how you see yourself. When you're constantly angry, it becomes a part of your identity. You start to see yourself as an angry person, and this self-perception can be incredibly damaging. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You expect to be angry, and so you find more and more reasons to be angry. This negative cycle traps you in a constant state of frustration and hostility. Living in a state of perpetual anger affects your mental health. It increases stress levels, which can lead to anxiety and depression. The constant tension in your body and mind makes it difficult to relax and enjoy life. You become consumed by negative thoughts, and it's hard to see the good in anything. This negativity spills over into all areas of your life, affecting your work, hobbies, and overall well-being. Physical health also suffers. Chronic anger triggers the body's fight or flight response, releasing stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol. These hormones prepare your body for immediate action, but when they're constantly activated, they can cause serious health problems. High blood pressure, heart disease, and weakened immune function are just a few of the potential consequences. Your body is not designed to handle this constant state of emergency, and over time it takes a toll. Consider the impact on your professional life. Anger can make it difficult to work with others, leading to conflicts with colleagues and supervisors. It can create a hostile work environment where cooperation and collaboration are replaced by tension and confrontation. This not only affects your job performance, but also your career prospects. Employers are less likely to promote someone who is seen as difficult to work with. Your professional reputation can be damaged, limiting your opportunities for growth and advancement. Anger also clouds your judgment. When you're angry, it's hard to think clearly and make rational decisions. You might act impulsively, saying or doing things you later regret. These impulsive actions can have serious consequences, both personally and professionally. Making decisions in the heat of the moment often leads to mistakes and poor outcomes. You might quit a job in a fit of anger, end a relationship abruptly, or make a rash financial decision. The fallout from these decisions can be long-lasting and difficult to reverse. Imagine missing out on important opportunities because of your anger. You might avoid social events, withdraw from relationships, or decline professional opportunities because you're afraid of losing your temper. This isolation can lead to loneliness and a sense of disconnection from the world around you. Anger becomes a barrier that prevents you from experiencing life to the fullest. It limits your potential and keeps you stuck in a cycle of negativity and regret. To break free from the grip of anger, it's essential to understand its root causes. Anger often masks deeper emotions like fear, sadness, and insecurity. By addressing these underlying issues, you can begin to manage your anger more effectively. This might involve seeking therapy, practicing mindfulness, or learning new coping strategies. It's a journey that requires patience and self-compassion, but the rewards are worth it. Imagine a life where you can respond to challenges with calmness and clarity, where your relationships are built on trust and respect, and your decisions are guided by wisdom and insight. This is the life that awaits you when you choose to confront and manage your anger. It's a life of peace, fulfillment, and connection. The first step is recognizing the destructive power of anger and committing to change. As you start to understand the devastating impact of anger on your relationships and professional life, it's essential to recognize how anger can also cloud your judgment and distort your perception of reality. Anger creates a distorted lens through which you view the world. When you're angry, everything seems more significant and more threatening than it actually is. This skewed perspective can lead to misunderstandings and misinterpretations of events and people's intentions. You might perceive a harmless comment as a personal attack or a minor inconvenience as a major setback. This distortion fuels a cycle of anger and resentment, making it difficult to see things clearly and rationally. One of the most insidious effects of anger is how it can warp your sense of reality. Anger can make you see enemies where there are none, turning neutral or even friendly interactions into battles. You start to believe that everyone is against you, that the world is an unfriendly place. This paranoia isolates you further, feeding your anger and creating a self-perpetuating cycle of hostility and mistrust. This distorted perception doesn't just affect how you see others, it also impacts how you see yourself. Anger can make you overly critical and harsh towards yourself. You might blame yourself for things that aren't your fault or hold yourself to impossible standards. This self-criticism erodes your self-esteem and confidence, making it even harder to break free from the grip of anger. Anger can also lead to catastrophic thinking, where you always expect the worst-case scenario. This kind of thinking is exhausting and debilitating. It drains your energy and makes it difficult to enjoy life. Instead of focusing on the positive aspects of your life, you're constantly on edge, waiting for something bad to happen. This constant state of vigilance takes a toll on your mental and physical health, leaving you feeling drained and defeated. Another way anger distorts your reality is by creating a sense of entitlement. When you're angry, you might feel that you're justified in your anger and that others need to accommodate you. This sense of entitlement can lead to unrealistic expectations and demands, which only serve to further alienate you from others. When people don't meet your expectations, your anger grows, creating a vicious cycle of disappointment and frustration. In the heat of anger, you might find yourself acting out in ways that you later regret. This impulsivity can have serious consequences. You might say or do things that hurt others, damage your reputation, or create legal problems. Acting out of anger can lead to rash decisions that have long-term repercussions. Once the anger subsides, you're left to deal with the fallout, which can be both emotionally and financially costly. Consider how anger can impact your decision-making abilities. When you're angry, it's hard to think clearly and rationally. Your judgment is clouded, and you might make decisions that you wouldn't normally make if you were calm. These decisions can have serious consequences for your personal and professional life. You might quit a job in a fit of rage, end a relationship abruptly, or make a hasty financial decision. These impulsive actions can create a ripple effect, impacting your future in ways you might not have anticipated. Anger can also hinder your ability to solve problems effectively. When you're angry, your focus is on the problem rather than the solution. You become fixated on what went wrong rather than looking for ways to make it right. This tunnel vision makes it difficult to see alternative solutions and to think creatively. It can also make it hard to collaborate with others, as you're more likely to see them as adversaries rather than allies. The constant state of anger can also make it difficult to experience joy and happiness. When you're always angry, it's hard to appreciate the good things in life. You might find it difficult to enjoy time with loved ones, to relax and have fun, or to take pleasure in your hobbies and interests. This lack of joy and fulfillment can lead to a sense of emptiness and dissatisfaction, making it even harder to break free from the grip of anger. Imagine a life where you're able to see things clearly and rationally, where you're able to respond to challenges with calmness and composure, and where you're able to experience joy and happiness. This is the life that awaits you when you choose to confront and manage your anger. It's a life of clarity, fulfillment, and peace. The first step is recognizing how anger distorts your perception and committing to change. Recognizing these distortions is crucial. The path to a better life starts with understanding how anger manipulates your thoughts and reactions. By gaining awareness, you can begin to challenge these distorted thoughts and replace them with more balanced and rational perspectives. As you work to shift your perception, consider techniques such as mindfulness and cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. Mindfulness helps you stay present, reducing the grip of anger-fueled distortions. CBT, on the other hand, teaches you to identify and reframe negative thoughts, helping you see situations more clearly and respond more appropriately. What's one thing you're grateful for today? How can you carry that feeling into tomorrow? Let me share a quick story about someone who put these daily practices into action. A viewer of this channel, let's call her Linda, wrote to me recently. She told me about how she'd been struggling with a toxic family member who constantly criticized her choices. Every time they spoke, she felt drained and defeated. Linda started using the practices we're talking about today. She began her mornings by reflecting on her intention to stay calm and set clear boundaries. At midday, she checked in with herself, reminding herself not to take the bait. And in the evenings, she reviewed her interactions, celebrating small wins like staying composed during a tense conversation. Over time, Linda told me she felt stronger. The criticism didn't sting as much, and she found herself letting go of the resentment she'd been carrying for years. She even noticed that her calm and consistent boundaries started to shift the dynamic in their relationship. Linda's story is a reminder that Buddhism works, not just in ancient Rome, but here and now, in our everyday lives. Can you relate to Linda's story? What's one small step you can take today to protect your peace? Now that we've explored these strategies and practices, let's take it one step further. I want you to think of your peace as a fortress, your inner fortress. Every wall, gate, and tower represents a different strategy for protecting your well-being. Take a moment to visualize it. The outer walls are your boundaries, keeping negativity at bay. The watchtowers are your daily practices like reflection and gratitude, helping you stay vigilant. The inner sanctum is your self-care, the safe space where you recharge and nurture your resilience. Exercise. Grab a piece of paper or open a note on your phone and sketch or describe your fortress. Label each part with the strategies that resonate most with you. For example, one wall might be labeled the gray rock method, while another is limit exposure. This visualization can help you stay focused and intentional about protecting your peace. I want to leave you with this thought. Buddhism is like a muscle. The more you practice, the stronger you become. And with time, you'll find that the challenges that once seemed overwhelming no longer have the same hold on you. What's one Buddhist practice you'll commit to trying this week? How do you think it will impact your day-to-day life? By learning to stop people-pleasing and start respecting your own needs, you take a crucial step toward becoming the master of your own life. Remember, true kindness isn't about sacrificing yourself for others. It's about giving from a place of strength, not obligation. Ask yourself today, am I respecting my own needs? Or am I constantly prioritizing others at my expense? If it's the latter, start small. Say no to one thing that doesn't serve you and notice how it feels. Over time, you'll build the strength and confidence to stand up for yourself without guilt or hesitation. Lesson 2. Cut the constant apologies. Do you catch yourself apologizing for things that don't really require an apology? Maybe you say, I'm sorry when someone bumps into you, or you apologize before asking a simple question. While apologizing is important in certain situations, over-apologizing can weaken your confidence and signal to others that you don't value yourself as much as you should. When you constantly apologize, you unintentionally send a message that you're at fault, or that your presence is inconvenient. Over time, this habit can undermine your self-respect and cause others to take you less seriously. Apologizing too much also creates an internal belief that you're always in the wrong, which can erode your self-esteem and make it harder to assert yourself. Of course, genuine apologies are necessary when you've made a mistake or hurt someone, but apologizing for things that aren't your fault, or for simply existing, does more harm than good. Instead of saying, I'm sorry out of habit, start practicing assertive communication that respects both you and the person you're speaking to. Here's a simple strategy. The next time you feel the urge to apologize for something minor, pause and ask yourself, is this really something I need to apologize for, or am I just filling the silence? If it's unnecessary, try replacing I'm sorry with a more neutral or positive phrase. For example, instead of saying, sorry for bothering you, say, thank you for your time. Instead of, I'm sorry I'm late, say, thank you for waiting. By shifting your language, you maintain respect for the other person without diminishing your own. This small change helps you communicate confidently and reinforces your self-worth. Over-apologizing isn't just about words, it's about mindset. Start paying attention to how often you say sorry in situations where it's not needed, and remind yourself that you have a right to take up space and express your needs without guilt. Assertiveness doesn't mean being rude or dismissive. It means respecting yourself while respecting others. The Buddhists believed in controlling what you can and letting go of what you can't. Buddha wrote, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Constantly apologizing for things outside your control only drains your energy. Instead, focus on what you can control. Your words, your actions, and your attitude toward yourself. Ask yourself, am I apologizing because I've done something wrong? Or am I apologizing out of habit? If it's the latter, start practicing more assertive communication. Over time, you'll notice a shift not just in how others perceive you, but in how you perceive yourself. You'll feel more confident, more respected, and more in control of your interactions. Remember, cutting out unnecessary apologies doesn't mean ignoring your mistakes. It means valuing yourself enough to know when an apology is truly needed. By doing so, you'll strengthen your self-respect and communicate in a way that reflects your true worth. Lesson 3. Set boundaries and own your space. Have you ever said yes to something you didn't want to do, just to avoid conflict or disappointing someone? Or perhaps you felt uncomfortable in a situation, but stayed silent because you didn't want to appear difficult. If so, it's likely that you need to work on setting boundaries, an essential skill for protecting your self-respect. Boundaries are the invisible lines that define what's acceptable and unacceptable in your life. They help you protect your time, energy, and emotional well-being. Without clear boundaries, you end up feeling drained, resentful, and overlooked because you're constantly giving more than you should. Setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's an act of self-respect. It shows others that you value yourself and won't tolerate behavior that compromises your well-being. One of the biggest misconceptions about setting boundaries is that it's about pushing people away or being harsh. In reality, boundaries are about mutual respect. respecting yourself enough to communicate your needs and respecting others enough to be clear with them. Healthy boundaries create stronger, more balanced relationships because they prevent misunderstandings and resentment. Here's a simple way to start. Identify one area in your life where you feel your boundaries are being crossed. It could be at work, with friends, or even with family. Once you've identified it, think about what behavior you're uncomfortable with and how you can assert your boundary in a calm, respectful way. For example, if a colleague regularly interrupts your work with non-urgent requests, you could say, "Canty, I'm happy to help, but I need to finish this task first. Can we discuss it later?" If a friend always expects you to be available, you might say, "I care about you, but I also need time for myself. I won't always be able to say yes." At first, setting boundaries might feel awkward or even scary, especially if you're used to putting others' needs first. But over time, you'll notice something powerful. People will start to respect you more because you respect yourself. Those who genuinely care about you will appreciate your honesty, and those who don't may drift away, making room for healthier relationships. Another important aspect of setting boundaries is learning to say no without guilt. Many people fear that saying no will make them seem rude or unkind, but in reality, saying no when something doesn't serve you is an act of self-care. You don't have to explain or justify your no. Sometimes a simple, polite, "I can't right now" is enough. The Buddhists believed in the importance of guarding one's mind and energy. A monk said, "No great thing is created suddenly." By setting boundaries, you're creating space for what truly matters in your life. Whether it's personal growth, meaningful relationships, or simply peace of mind. Here's something to reflect on. Where in my life am I saying yes when I really want to say no? Choose one instance where you can start practicing boundaries this week. It might feel uncomfortable at first, but remember, setting boundaries is a skill, and like any skill, it gets easier with practice. Remember, you're not responsible for how others react to your boundaries. You're responsible for your own well-being. By setting boundaries and owning your space, you're making a powerful statement. I value myself, and I won't compromise my self-respect for the comfort of others. And that's one of the most important steps you can take toward building lasting self-respect. It's a life where you can build stronger relationships, achieve your goals with confidence, and create a future that reflects your true potential. The next step is to embrace these practices and commit to a path of thoughtful and deliberate decision-making. As you cultivate a life guided by wisdom and thoughtful decision-making, it's crucial to acknowledge how unchecked anger can stifle your creativity and innovation. The Buddhist philosopher, a famous Buddhist monk, believed in the importance of daily reflection. He recommended that at the end of each day, we should take time to review our actions, asking ourselves what we did well, where we fell short, and how we can improve. This kind of reflection isn't about self-criticism or judgment. It's about learning and growing. A famous Buddhist monk wrote, "We should every night call ourselves to account. What infirmity have I mastered today? What passions opposed? What temptation resisted? What virtue acquired?" This practice allows us to continuously refine our character and build confidence from knowing that we are always working to become better versions of ourselves. Through self-reflection, we develop a deeper understanding of who we are, what drives us, and what areas need attention. This clarity is key to building confidence because it gives us a roadmap for personal growth. When you know where your strengths lie and where you need to improve, you can make intentional choices to work on those areas, which boosts your self-assurance. Instead of feeling lost or unsure, you're empowered with the knowledge of how to move forward. Self-reflection also helps us identify patterns in our behavior that may be holding us back. For instance, if you notice that you tend to react defensively in certain situations or avoid taking risks because of fear, you can begin to work on changing those habits. By acknowledging these patterns through reflection, you take the first step toward breaking free from them. Over time, this leads to a greater sense of control over your actions and decisions, which naturally enhances your confidence. One of the key principles of Buddhist philosophy is the idea that we should focus on what's within our control and let go of everything else. Self-reflection helps us apply this principle to our daily lives by encouraging us to examine our reactions to the things that happen around us. For example, after a difficult conversation or challenging situation, you might ask yourself, how did I handle that? Did I focus on what I could control? Or did I let my emotions get the better of me? This kind of reflection helps you become more mindful of your reactions and teaches you to respond to life's challenges with greater calm and clarity. Self-reflection is not only about analyzing your actions, but also about examining your thoughts and emotions. Buddha, in his meditations, frequently wrote about the importance of understanding his own mind. He believed that our thoughts shape our experience of life, and that by reflecting on them, we can cultivate a mindset that aligns with our values and goals. Marcus wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By regularly reflecting on your thoughts, you can identify negative patterns such as self-doubt, fear, or judgment, and work to replace them with more constructive and empowering beliefs. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I'm not good enough," or "I can't handle this," self-reflection allows you to challenge these thoughts and reframe them. Instead of letting negative thoughts erode your confidence, you can reflect on past experiences where you've succeeded or overcome challenges, and remind yourself that you're capable of handling whatever comes your way. This process of reframing negative thoughts is a powerful way to build resilience and self-confidence. Another benefit of self-reflection is that it helps you stay true to your values. The Buddhists believe that living in accordance with your values is essential for a fulfilling and confident life. By regularly reflecting on your actions, you can ensure that you're living in alignment with your principles. This might mean asking yourself questions like, did I act with integrity today? Was I kind and just in my interactions with others? Did I stay focused on my goals, or did I get distracted by things that don't matter? This kind of reflection keeps you grounded in your values, which strengthens your confidence because you know you're living authentically. One of the most practical ways to incorporate self-reflection into your daily routine is through journaling. Keeping a journal allows you to track your thoughts, actions, and progress over time. It gives you a space to reflect on your experiences, set goals, and analyze your reactions to life's challenges. Many Buddhist philosophers, including Buddha, use journaling as a way to practice self-reflection and gain insight into their inner lives. By writing down your reflections each day, you create a record of your growth and a tool for continuous self-improvement. Let's consider an example of how self-reflection can boost confidence. Imagine you're preparing for an important presentation at work. In the days leading up to it, you feel anxious and unsure of yourself. Instead of letting those feelings undermine your confidence, you take time to reflect. You ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? What's the worst that could happen? What have I done in the past that prepared me for this? Through this process, you realize that you've successfully given presentations before and that your preparation has set you up for success. This self-reflection not only calms your nerves, but also reinforces your belief in your own abilities. In conclusion, practicing self-reflection is a crucial Buddhist lesson for boosting confidence. By regularly examining your thoughts, actions, and emotions, you gain valuable insights into your strengths and weaknesses, which helps you grow and improve. Self-reflection also helps you stay aligned with your values, break negative patterns, and cultivate a mindset that fosters confidence and resilience. Through daily reflection, whether through journaling or simply taking time to think, you can build a deep sense of self-assurance that will guide you through life's challenges. Resilience is one of the most essential qualities for navigating life's challenges with confidence, and it is a central concept in Buddhist philosophy. Life is full of obstacles, setbacks, and unexpected events, but how we respond to these challenges determines whether we become stronger or feel defeated. The Buddhists teach us that true resilience comes from focusing on what we can control and accepting what we cannot. A monk reminds us it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This Buddhist teaching is at the heart of resilience. While we cannot always control the circumstances we face, whether it's a personal failure, a health issue, or a difficult relationship, a monk reminds us it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. We have complete control over how we respond. By choosing to view challenges as opportunities for growth, rather than as insurmountable problems, we build the mental and emotional strength to face adversity with confidence. Building resilience means cultivating the ability to bounce back from difficulties. It's not about avoiding pain or discomfort, but learning to endure them with grace and clarity. Buddha wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This powerful Buddhist principle teaches us that obstacles are not meant to be avoided, but embraced as part of our journey. Each challenge we face provides an opportunity to develop our resilience, grow stronger, and become more confident in our ability to handle future difficulties. Consider a common situation in which resilience is necessary: losing a job. For many, this experience can be overwhelming and lead to feelings of failure, self-doubt, and fear about the future. However, through the lens of Buddhism, losing a job can be seen not as a failure, but as an opportunity for growth and reinvention. The Buddhists would advise us to focus on what we can control, our next steps, how we use our time and our mindset, rather than dwelling on the loss itself. By approaching the situation with resilience, we can turn what seems like a setback into a new beginning. Another key aspect of building resilience is accepting that life is unpredictable. The Buddhists practiced premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, which involves mentally preparing for worst-case scenarios. By considering what could go wrong, Buddhists were better equipped to handle challenges with composure when they arose. This practice doesn't mean dwelling on negativity, but rather acknowledging that hardships are a natural part of life. When you mentally prepare for adversity, you're less likely to be caught off guard and more likely to respond with resilience when difficulties arise. Let's take the example of someone training for a marathon. They know that along the way they will face physical fatigue, injury, or moments of doubt. Instead of fearing these obstacles, they anticipate them and develop strategies to overcome them. Whether it's through physical conditioning, mental toughness, or learning to pace themselves. This is resilience in action. By preparing for challenges and accepting them as part of the process, they build the strength to push through when things get tough. The same principle applies to life. When we build resilience by accepting that setbacks are inevitable, we gain the confidence to face them head-on. Resilience is also about maintaining a positive mindset in the face of adversity. The Buddhists believed that our perception of events shapes our experience of them. A famous Buddhist monk said, "A man is as miserable as he thinks he is." This highlights the power of our thoughts in shaping our reality. When we view challenges as insurmountable, we feel overwhelmed and defeated. But when we see them as opportunities for growth, we approach them with a sense of purpose and resilience. By choosing to maintain a positive outlook, even in difficult times, we build the mental toughness needed to overcome adversity. In addition to mental resilience, the Buddhists emphasize the importance of emotional resilience. Life's challenges can trigger a range of emotions: anger, sadness, frustration, or fear. While it's natural to feel these emotions, the Buddhists teach us not to let them control our actions. A monk advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." This means focusing on what you can do and accepting what you cannot change. Emotional resilience involves acknowledging your feelings, but not allowing them to dictate your response. By practicing emotional self-control, you build the resilience to face challenges with calm and clarity. Let's consider a real-life example of resilience. Think about someone who has faced a major setback, such as a serious illness or the loss of a loved one. While these experiences are incredibly painful, those who practice resilience are able to move forward by focusing on what they can control, whether it's taking care of their health, finding support from loved ones, or adjusting to their new reality. This doesn't mean ignoring the pain, but rather accepting it as part of life's journey and using it as fuel to become stronger and more resilient. In conclusion, building resilience is a fundamental Buddhist lesson for boosting confidence. Life will inevitably bring challenges, but it's how we respond to those challenges that determines our strength and growth. By focusing on what we can control, accepting adversity as part of life, and maintaining a positive mindset, we can develop the resilience needed to face difficulties with confidence. The Buddhists remind us that every obstacle is an opportunity for growth, and by embracing this mindset, we can build the inner strength to handle whatever life throws our way. Embracing this journey means being open to learning, adapting, and evolving as we gain more experiences. It's about recognizing that wisdom isn't static. It deepens and expands as we continue to engage with the world and reflect on our interactions. Moreover, embracing the long-term journey aligns with the Buddhist practice of focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot. This isn't about resignation, but about empowerment. It frees us from the unnecessary stress of trying to control the uncontrollable and allows us to invest our energy in actions and attitudes that truly enrich our lives and the lives of those around us. In practical terms, this might mean choosing to invest time in relationships that are nurturing and supportive, pursuing careers that align with our values, or dedicating ourselves to causes that we believe in. Each choice is a brick in the foundation of a life well lived, a life that reflects our deepest convictions and highest aspirations. Thank you all for joining me today in exploring these Buddhist principles. Remember, the journey is long, but each step is a chance to reinforce who we are and what we stand for. When two things occur successively, we call them cause and effect if we believe one event made the other one happen. If we think one event is the response to the other, we call it a reaction. If we feel that the two incidents are not related, we call it a mere coincidence. If we think someone deserved what happened, we call it a retribution or reward depending on whether the event was negative or positive for the recipient. If we cannot find a reason for the two events occurring simultaneously or in close proximity, we call it an accident. Therefore, how we explain coincidences depends on how we see the world. Is everything connected so that events create resonances like ripples across a net? Or do things merely co-occur and we give meaning to these co-occurrences based on our belief system? Latizu's answer, it's all in how you think. You have the right to work, but for the work's sake only. You have no rights to the fruits of work. Desire for the fruits of work must never be your motive in working. Never give way to laziness either. Perform every action with your heart fixed on the Supreme Lord. Renounce attachment to the fruits. Be even-tempered in success and failure. For it is this evenness of temper which is meant by yoga. Work done with anxiety about results is far inferior to the work done without such anxiety. In the calm of self-surrender, seek refuge in the knowledge of Brahma. They who work selfishly for results are miserable. In this world, 3 gates lead to hell. The gates of passion, anger, and greed. Released from these 3 qualities, one can succeed in attaining salvation and reaching the highest goal. You are what you believe in. You become that which you believe you can become. Man is made by his belief. As he believes, so he is. Seek refuge in the attitude of detachment, and you will amass the wealth of spiritual awareness. The one who is motivated only by desire for the fruits of their action and anxious about the results is miserable indeed. When a man dwells on the pleasure of sense, attraction for them arises in him. From attraction arises desire, the lust of possession, and this leads to passion, to anger. From passion comes confusion of the mind, then loss of remembrance, the forgetting of duty. From this loss comes the ruin of reason, and the ruin of reason leads man to destruction. Look to this day, for it is life, the very life of life. In its brief course lie all the truths and realities of your existence, the bliss of growth, the glory of action, and the splendor of beauty. For yesterday is but a dream, and tomorrow is only a vision. But today well lived makes every yesterday a dream of happiness, and every tomorrow a vision of hope. Look well therefore to this day. Such is the salvation of the dawn. The soul who meditates on the self is content to serve the self and rests satisfied within the self. There remains nothing more for him to accomplish. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action, as the lotus is untouched by water. One who has control over the mind is tranquil in heat and cold, in pain and pleasure, and in honor and dishonor, and is ever steadfast with the Supreme Self. One should strive to employ oneself to uplift oneself. One should never dishonor oneself. The self is one's friend as well as one's enemy. It is both near and far, both within and without every creature. It moves and is unmoving. In its subtlety, it is beyond comprehension. It is invisible, yet appears divided in separate creatures. Know it to be the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. Dwelling in every heart, it is beyond darkness. It is called the light of the lights, the object and goal of knowledge, and knowledge itself. It is better to strive in one's own dharma than in another's, than to succeed in the dharma of another. Nothing is ever lost in following one's own dharma, but competition in another's dharma breeds fear and insecurity. For him who has no concentration, there is no tranquility. Death is as sure for that which is born as birth is for that which is dead. Therefore grieve not for what is inevitable. Delusion arises from anger. The mind is bewildered by delusion. Reasoning is destroyed when the mind is bewildered. One falls down when reasoning is destroyed. Endurance is one of the most difficult disciplines, but it is to the one who endures that the final victory comes. Let us rise up and be thankful, for if we didn't learn a lot, at least we learned a little. And if we didn't learn a little, at least we didn't get sick. And if we got sick, at least we didn't die. So let us be thankful. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts and made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with an evil thought, suffering follows him, as the wheel follows the hoof of the beast that draws the wagon. If a man speaks or acts with a good thought, happiness follows him like a shadow that never leaves. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. One moment can change a day. One day can change a life, and one life can change the world. Be where you are, otherwise you will miss your life. Kindness should be the natural way of life, not the exception. It is better to travel well than to arrive. To live a pure, unselfish life, one must count nothing as one's own in the midst of abundance. Whatever a monk keeps pursuing with his thinking and pondering, that becomes the inclination of his awareness. A man is not called wise because he talks and talks again. But if he is peaceful, loving, and fearless, then he is in truth called wise. You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger. Just as the great ocean has one taste, the taste of salt is another. So also this teaching and discipline has one taste, the taste of liberation. The root of suffering is attachment. Your work is to discover your world, and then with all your heart give yourself to it. There is no fire like passion. There is no shark like hatred. There is no snare like folly. There is no torrent like greed. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Happiness will never come to those who fail to appreciate what they already have. What you are basically deep down, far in, is simply the fabric and structure of existence itself. I have realized that the past and the future are real illusions, that they exist in the present, which is what there is and all there is. You are a function of what the whole universe is doing, in the same way that a wave is a function of what the whole ocean is doing. Man is made by his belief. As he believes, so he is. Seek refuge in the attitude of detachment, and you will amass the wealth of spiritual awareness. The one who is motivated only by desire for the fruits of their action and anxious about the results is miserable indeed. When a man dwells on the pleasure of sense, attraction for them arises in him. From attraction arises desire, the lust of possession, and this leads to passion, to anger. From passion comes confusion of the mind, then loss of remembrance, the forgetting of duty. From this loss comes the ruin of reason, and the ruin of reason leads man to destruction. Look to this day, for it is life, the very life of life. In its brief course lie all the truths and realities of your existence, the bliss of growth, the glory of action, and the splendor of beauty. For yesterday is but a dream, and tomorrow is only a vision. But today well lived makes every yesterday a dream of happiness, and every tomorrow a vision of hope. Look well therefore to this day. Such is the salvation of the dawn. The soul who meditates on the self is content to serve the self and rests satisfied within the self. There remains nothing more for him to accomplish. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action, as the lotus is untouched by water. One who has control over the mind is tranquil in heat and cold, in pain and pleasure, and in honor and dishonor, and is ever steadfast with the Supreme Self. One should strive to employ oneself to uplift oneself. One should never dishonor oneself. The self is one's friend as well as one's enemy. It is both near and far, both within and without every creature. It moves and is unmoving. In its subtlety, it is beyond comprehension. It is invisible, yet appears divided in separate creatures. Know it to be the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. Dwelling in every heart, it is beyond darkness. It is called the light of the lights, the object and goal of knowledge and knowledge itself. It is better to strive in one's own dharma than in another's, than to succeed in the dharma of another. Nothing is ever lost in following one's own dharma, but competition in another's dharma breeds fear and insecurity. Death is as sure for that which is born as birth is for that which is dead. Therefore grieve not for what is inevitable. Delusion arises from anger. The mind is bewildered by delusion. Reasoning is destroyed when the mind is bewildered. One falls down when reasoning is destroyed. Endurance is one of the most difficult disciplines, but it is to the one who endures that the final victory comes. Let us rise up and be thankful. For if we didn't learn a lot, at least we learned a little. And if we didn't learn a little, at least we didn't get sick. And if we got sick, at least we didn't die. So let us be thankful. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts and made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with an evil thought, suffering follows him, as the wheel follows the hoof of the beast that draws the wagon. If a man speaks or acts with a good thought, happiness follows him like a shadow that never leaves. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. One moment can change a day. One day can change a life, and one life can change the world. Be where you are, otherwise you will miss your life. Kindness should be the natural way of life, not the exception. It is better to travel well than to arrive. To live a pure, unselfish life, one must count nothing as one's own in the midst of abundance. A man is not called wise because he talks and talks again. But if he is peaceful, loving, and fearless, then he is in truth called wise. You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger. The root of suffering is attachment. Your work is to discover your world, and then, with all your heart, give yourself to it. There is no fire like passion. There is no shark like hatred. There is no snare like folly. There is no torrent like greed. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Happiness will never come to those who fail to appreciate what they already have. What you are basically deep down, far in, is simply the fabric and structure of existence itself. We hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you for sticking us until the end.